What's up? What's up? Hey, thank you. Thanks for that flower there, Leah, and for the heart. What's going on, Respiratory? What's up, Abby? Hello. Hello. Good to see you guys. Can you guys hear me okay? And what's up, Jules? Yeah, you're on. Hello. Guess who made it on time? What's up, Savannah? Hello. Been eating high chews all day. Oh my goodness, just rub it in. What's up, Susan? Hello. Crocheting Granny. Hi. Hello. Good to see you guys. We are just getting started. I've just been reviewing some things here, so don't mind me. Jesus Lives. Hi, sheesh. What's going on? What's up, Cat Corner? Good to see you guys. What's up, Jackie? Man, oh man. Baltimore, Maryland. Neat. Hello, Baltimore. Yeah, we are going to get started here in just a little bit. We are going to be covering Zechariah chapter 2. And we will have some fun with this one. It'll take us all over the place. I thought about doing Zechariah chapter 3, but I got like an hour and like 20 minutes into chapter 3, and then I just I was running out of time, so I'm not done with chapter 3 yet. So we'll just focus on chapter 2 tonight, which is fine. It'll be good. What's up, Shelba? Hello. Reviewing Matthew and James. Is that what you're doing? Oh, wait. What? Huh? Have you been reading Matthew, Leah? I thought about doing Matthew next book, but I don't know. Maybe. We will see. Hello. I'm rereading Revelation. Awesome. Y'all know what time it is. What's up, Lori? Hola. What's up, Wendy? Ain't no holla back, girl. What's up, man? How you doing? I'm halfway through Acts. Very cool, Lisa. Acts was a fun one. We'll actually be going to Acts tonight. Sooner or later. Sheesh. What's up, TC? Yep, it's coffee time. What's up, Laura? Hi. Good to see you. Is your name, what is your name, TC? Is your name Taylor? Sheesh. Mark, is Alpheus the pappy of them or nah? Say what? Say what? Hey, thank you, Laura. Close. Taylor Cook. Clayton. I don't know. That's okay. All right, man. Zechariah chapter 2. We'll get into it just a little bit, bro. You almost had it, Tay. Oh man, our Matthew and James and John, Tayar. Did I pronounce that correctly? Tayar. Nice to meet you, man. My name is Ryan, which I'm sure you probably knew that. Some people call me just Sheesh. Tayar. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Tayar. This is a fun book, but before we dive into the recap, I figured we could talk about what's up, Meredith. I don't know, Leah. I don't know off the top of my head. There's so many, they go all over the place. So I can't, I don't know the answer right now. But if you find it out before I do, then you should definitely let me know. Because I have been diving into, I was just in Zechariah chapter 3, and I only got to verse 4, and that took me about an hour and a half. So I got 4 verses in from Zechariah 3 within the first 4 verses there, and then I just stopped because I didn't have enough time to finish it, which is completely fine, but that just means we'll just tackle it tomorrow night, because that's when we'll go live again tomorrow, hopefully. But this is a fun study. But before we dive into the recap, I figured we could talk about some things going on over in Israel. First off, you guys know everything's heating up over there as per usual, which is crazy. Apparently, from what my understanding, howdy, what's up, Arthur? Apparently, from what I understand, America told Israel that we will back Israel up if they get attacked. So defensively, we will support them. But if Israel goes on the offensive, which is what they were talking about, Israel is still probably considering, weighing the pros and cons about doing a preemptive attack. And so America said, if you go on a preemptive attack, or if you go on the offensive, then we will not support you. And so that is crazy. What's up, Eddie? Good to see you, man. Hi, Gina. And so it's just remarkable seeing these things happen, you know, lines drawn in the sand all over the place. And it's just kind of like we're in a little bit of a lull right now, to where everybody is just like taking a deep breath and like catching their breath and like waiting for the next thing to hit. And it's just crazy. It is just so crazy. And again, you know, I say it a million times, I'll just keep on saying it. Keep praying for Israel. Keep praying for them. And I need you to understand, when I say pray for Israel, we need to associate that the majority of the Jewish people over in Israel are lost. And so you need to understand that. So you're praying for lost people. They don't recognize Jesus as the Messiah. And so when you pray for the peace of Jerusalem, you are praying for sinners that are still in sin, who are still have no idea who Jesus is and whatnot. And so you need to make that connection. That's important to understand, because it's not meaning that we support their political decisions or anything like that. It's just we're told to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. And sometimes I think we forget that they are lost. So I'm just emphasizing that. What's up, Yogi? Hello. Hello, Ryan and friends. Okay, but I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about my adventure at the fair, because it was pretty neat. I put a little TikTok, not a story, but I put out a little TikTok video on it, because, you know, the headlines right now, and like my mind was just like, my goodness, like how can anybody keep up? And so I made that last video that I don't know if anybody really saw it. It didn't really get any views, but got like 600 views or something like that. But I wanted to kind of encourage you. That was the whole point of the video, was because I started off by saying, hey, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. So your mind is literally being pulled in every single direction. And so it's easy to get overwhelmed, and I don't want you guys to get overwhelmed, because if you get overwhelmed, then you lose focus on what actually is important. And so what is important? Telling people about Jesus, that is important right there. Eternal things is what is important. And so it's funny because the other day, my brother and I, we were at the fair and we were working it together, which was kind of cool that I was able to work that with him. But I told my brother, his name is Craig, I was like, Craig, I said, it is so crazy to look at us at the fair right now. I was like, look around. We are at a fair, and this fair kind of summarizes the world, because you have a game over here where you throw a dart, you have a little roller coaster over here, you have like, you can buy food, you can buy whatever you want here, you can win a prize, carry around this gigantic teddy bear for the rest of the day, you can do all of these things. And I'm like, every single thing in here is quite literally a distraction. And I'm like, I was like, that is a, you know, a very small scale version of the rest of the world, because the rest of the world is like, hey, you know what? Like, pay attention over here, or look over here, or here's the next best thing, or hey, pay attention to this date, or over here, over here, over here. Meanwhile, while we're doing those things over that don't matter, we lose sight of what actually does matter. And that is what you're doing for the Lord, you know? And it was just funny, you know, viewing the fair like that. But anyways, for those of you that have not seen that video, I asked you guys to pray for the hearts and minds of people that were going to be coming to the fair, and I know many of you guys did, and so I'm so thankful for that, because it's so funny, and I actually thought of you guys right away because right when I got there, the very first day that I did it, and it's still going on throughout the rest of this week, by the way. I'm probably going to go back on Thursday if I can. Hopefully I can. But I did it. I was there for 2 days already. I'm probably going to go back on Thursday. And it's so funny because I show up on Monday, which was my first day working, and I am there to relieve my mom because I was going to take her place because she was there before me. And so I'm talking to my mom, kind of like, making sure I'm understanding if there's anything that needs filled out or whatever. And I'm just talking to my mom for under 10 minutes. And out of nowhere, this guy comes up to us and interrupts me talking with my mom, which was completely fine because, I wasn't there to talk to my mom. I was there to witness to people, but it was just so funny because most people like walk by, and it's just interesting because making eye contact, like you guys know how it is. Like when somebody's sitting at a little tent, because that's what we had. It's nothing magical or anything like that. It's a very tiny tent, like a 10 by 10 tent. And so we're just sitting in there in the shade, and we got some stuff like kind of like, hey, come on over and talk to us if you'd like. Nothing crazy. But people will go out of their way to not make eye contact with us, right? Because they don't want to talk about Jesus, or they don't, are like, oh, I got too many things, and don't pull me in because I'll feel obligated to come talk to you. This guy, hey, thank you, Yogi. This guy walks over, and I didn't even see him. So I'm looking this way, and he comes from straight on, and so he's like, hey, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And so next thing you know, he's asking all kinds of questions, and I'm just over the moon excited trying to tell this guy everything that I can. And it's so funny, like I'm like a fire hose, like trying to give this information, and I was going all over the place, which is probably not the best way, but I was able to dial it down after a couple, like a minute or two, because I wasn't in fair mode yet mentally, if that makes sense. Anyways, it was just so neat. He was just all ears and just wanted to hear, and I was able to tell him, and I was able to show him everything in the Bible. And so my mom got a picture, and she took a picture of me pointing to the gospel, which I remember specifically pointing to 1 Corinthians 15. And so there I was showing him, I was like, hey, here is the gospel. And it was the neatest thing. And so I got to learn a little bit about him, what he believed, and what he was under, like everything that he understood beforehand. And I was like, hey, man, would you like to accept Jesus as your personal savior at the end of this? And he's like, yes, I would. And so I was able to pray with him right then and there, which was so neat. And afterwards, he raises his arm up like this to and he doesn't say anything. He just raises it up, and he looked at his arm. And he did it in a way to kind of show me, and I was like, I took that as he got goosebumps. After he got done praying, he got a little choked up during the prayer, which was very neat. You could tell his heart was softened, which is an answer of prayer, which is because of you guys, I think. And that's why I thought of you guys, because I was like, this is what we were praying for. This guy literally walks out of nowhere and is like, hey, can you lead me to the Lord? And I'm like, heck yes, I can. Thank you for the opportunity. Hey, thank you, Bridget. Thank you so much. And then after that, an hour goes by, and I had the opportunity to talk with this, that guy was probably about 55 or 60. And then I had the opportunity to talk to a lady that was about the same age, 55 to 60. And she was just the sweetest thing. And she was just there, and she's like, oh yeah, we go to church. And, yeah, no, I just think you got to be a good person. And the normal things that most people believe. And so she kind of was talking to me, but had her foot kind of out the door. Her body language was I'm gonna start walking away now. And then I kept just talking to her, and so then she started walking back, or her body language started getting closer, and she was moving closer to the table where I was standing. And so then I'm like, oh, she is really invested in this. After some time goes on, and then she's there for 30 minutes, and which was crazy because her body language was at the beginning was oh, I'm gonna keep on getting out of here. And then next thing you know, she came to the realization that she had never understood everything that we talked about. And I was like, would you like to accept Jesus right now? And she's like, or would you like to make sure? And she was like, yeah, because now that you told me all of these things, this is not at all. She believed in a works-based salvation, which many people do. And it's just so crazy because we live in America, and the people, you guys who keep coming back to this, like, I know you guys know the gospel because, like, we talk about it all the time in here. But it was blowing my mind walking through that fair and talking to so many people on how many people do not know what the gospel is. They don't know what it is. And it's a lot of everyday people. A lot of people who go to church don't know. A lot of people have never heard of it before. They just don't understand. And it just was such a neat thing to be able to win that lady to the Lord as well. So that was number 2. And so, hey, thank you, Bridget. And so it was so cool because that was all done. Like, that was like 2 people got saved within the first hour and a half. And then after that, there was 3 kids. What's up, Sandy? There was like 3 kids, 18-year-old, a 17-year-old, and a 13-year-old. And they all come up and they start talking. And I don't know if you guys, my bracelet must have fell off. But I don't know if you guys know, have you guys seen the bracelet that has 5 beads on the bracelet? It's yellow, black, red, white, and green. You guys would probably recognize it if you saw it. But it's on like a little leather strap, like piece of leather. And you wrap it around, you put the 5 beads on there, and the beads represent certain things. And so that's how we kind of try to get people to start opening up a conversation. We're like, hey, yeah, would you like a free bracelet? And they're like, okay. And they're like, do you mind if we tell you what the bracelet stands for? And so then I run them through it, and I'm like, then I quiz them after I'm done, and I'm like, just to see if they were paying attention, to see if it sinks in. I'm like, have you ever sinned before? Like, what does this bead stand for? What is the red? Why did Jesus need to die? Like, all of these things. And so these 3 kids were just like paying attention so well. And it's crazy because not many people can do that in our world today. But there was one that was specifically like just staring at me the entire time and just so interested. And I'm like, man, at the same, like, while this was happening, I was like, Lord, please help her to just stay with me. Because, like, there's all kinds of distraction. There's music and songs and all kinds of noises, and it's like easy to lose people. But she just stayed with me the entire time, and she was the oldest, which was really neat because since she stayed there, then the other one stayed there as well. And so anyways, at the end of that, all 3 of those girls, they were all girls, they all trusted Jesus as their personal savior. And it was neat. And so now the question always naturally arises, did they mean it? Was that genuine? How is that actually going to play out after they walk away from the tent? I always give them like tracks, like little booklets that explain things. And I'm like, hey, just read this like 2 or 3 times just to get a better idea. Get it going. Just put it in your mind so that you keep on hold. Remember these things because, they don't know much, and I can't give them a huge Bible. That's super intimidating. Plus, we didn't have Bibles to hand out. But, I don't know. It's just wild to think about somebody, when you get to heaven. I don't know if anybody, I'm sure people in here, like many of you, have probably had the opportunity to lead somebody to the Lord, which is amazing. Because then when you get to heaven, you're going to be like, hey, it's me. Do you remember me? And like we talked about that song, which is so awesome to visualize that. It's like, thank you for giving to the Lord. I am a life that was changed, right? And so these people, like, I'm never going to see these people again, probably. That one guy actually might come to church on Sunday, so that would be really neat. And it's just so neat to have that opportunity. And I'm not saying that winning somebody to the Lord is any kind of better than watering all the way around, because what we need to be doing, that's why Paul was saying, he's like, some plant, some water, some plant, whatever, but God gets the increase. That's the whole point of it all. It's not about you doing something. Like what we're doing when we share the gospel, when we try to share the good news to other people in the world, we like to think sometimes like, oh, look at how good I'm doing, right? No, that's not the way. Like, we're just doing what we should be doing. It's not like, it's kind of the same idea as like somebody who is at their job and they do their job. You don't give them like an attaboy. Like, it's just like, this is your job. Like, this is what you should be doing. That's why when you go to work, half the time your manager, your boss, or whatever doesn't say, hey, gold star, because it's what you should be doing. This is who you are. And so in that kind of light, it kind of makes you think a little bit, because, you know, and kind of humbles yourself a little bit, because it's something that we should be doing. It is our job. Now, you can get into the whole idea of rewards and stuff like that, which comes into play for sure. But it's just really neat to think about those 5 souls that will be in heaven. And that was one thing that I was thinking about as well. And I think it's kind of healthy in a roundabout way to, you know, if you whenever you're talking about a person, if you refer to them as a soul, like, that changes things in your mind, because that eternalizes it. Like, if you say that person over there, you don't think of eternity. But if you say, yeah, there's 5 souls over there, then all of a sudden you're looking at it completely different. I don't know if you guys have seen the movie Titanic. You probably have. But remember when the Titanic was sinking and the captain, all these people come to the captain and they're like, how many people do we have on board? And the people respond, they're like, there's like 1,628 souls. He referred to them as souls because it was a very life and death situation. And it was just interesting. But how we use words matters. And it's just interesting to think about that, to look at people as a soul. Because they're everybody here, everybody that we see are eternal, one way or the other. They're going to spend eternity in heaven or in hell, and it's just our job to try to reach them while we have time for it. Yeah, souls on airplanes too. Oh man, so it's a really neat thing. I was happy about that. My brother sent me a picture of my dad. Because my dad, my mom, my brother, me, we all took turns out at the fair putting in hours, and I was there for 6 hours the first day, like 4 hours the second day. But my brother said that dad went up there and he was like, yeah, he got to win like 8 people all at once. And like, I thought that was kind of neat. And so who knows, you know, I don't know, it's between them and the Lord, but regardless, we are doing what we should be doing. And that's kind of the cool thing about it. We get to serve the Lord. We get to serve the Lord, which is a cool thing. I do have a sister, Jules. Yes, she wasn't out there that time. All right. Raw War. What's up, man? Okay, they sat on the airplane as well. All right. Hello, Suzanne. I think people read the tracks more. Yeah, hopefully. I love this with the kids too, right, Bridget? Bookmarkers are good to hand out. There you go, Holly. I hope so, right, Shelba? Sheesh. What's up, Tiffany? Good to see you. Yes. Okay. All right. So that is something that I wanted to share with you guys. Hi. So that is something that I wanted to share with you guys. I was excited to tell you guys. I knew you guys would be pumped up, and hopefully that will encourage you as well. If you're wanting to see one of the photos that my mom took with a phone that was invented before time, then there's one of the pictures that is up on TikTok in the last video that I put out. So you can see it. We're just in a little tent. It's very small, nothing fancy. We're just there and trying to talk to people. Yeah, Debbie, for sure. It's a good photo. Team Nokia. I'm telling you what, those Nokia phones like crack me up. Like right when I said Nokia, it just took me back. It's like carrying a brick. A gopher phone. It's a good photo. I thought you said it's a good potato, and that would have been so much. That would have been a more accurate description. But yeah, it's a good potato. Oh man. Yeah, she's got that old flip phone, and where you gotta hit the same button like 5 times just to get the word A. It's like so. All right. Well, that is what I got for you guys as far as the fair. The fair is continuing to go throughout the end of the week, so if you keep on praying about that, I would appreciate it. I will probably be back out there on Thursday, And it's just fun. It's just so fun. And I really hope that I get to talk to a Jewish person. My mom says the same thing every single time. She's like, my mom's she's just the cutest thing in the world, man. Like she's like, I just been praying that I get to talk to a Jewish person. And she'll say it so, very just gently, because like her heart, man, I'm telling you, her heart is just all about the Jewish people, and she just wants to try to win them. And it's crazy. It is so cool. Anyways, I hope I get to witness to a Jewish person as well, or at least have a conversation with them, just because it would be so good to do. But yeah, your sweet girls must have put together the free sucker tree. Yeah, they ate a lot of those. They had, well, no, I guess not too many, but did your girls go? Yeah, they were there. My wife was walking around the fair with the girls while I was at the tent, so they were there for like a couple minutes, and but then they went and enjoyed the fair while I was working at the tent. Ryan, go to YouTube and look at One Church Home service from this past Sunday. What's going on over there, Debbie? Yeah, so awesome, Lainey, for sure. All right, so if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We have been going through the Bible book by book, and the way things are going right now in the world, who knows what's going to happen? Are we going to be here tomorrow? Are we going to be here before the sun rises, or is something going to happen? Nobody knows. The whole world is in this state of like stimulation where nobody knows what's going to happen next. We live in a world of uncertainty, and I just think that is so amazing. Why? Because now the world is crying out in a roundabout way for a peace. The world wants peace more than it ever has, and it's just all this calamity is just rising and rising and rising and rising, and chaos and chaos and chaos, and the markets are just getting hit left and right, and people's pensions and retirement and stocks and bonds and all these things are just question marks. They even shut down all of those, those systems that gave you the option to withdraw things or to move things around. They just shut it down. And so you're seeing this rocking of the boat, and so it's picking up water. Like if you ever been in a boat and you like rocked it really fast, water would come in a little bit at a time, but it seems like it's getting more water on. I mean, that boat's going down. Like we know that this system that we are currently living in needs to go down so that a new system can rise up. And so it's just fascinating seeing this real time. I told you guys before, I think that the Ezekiel 38-39 war will occur after the rapture, but that's just the guess. Like, I'm not very sound on that. I have some good reasons to believe that, but I haven't studied that to a level that I should. And that's something that I've been working on, in my spare time, trying to read it, trying to study some things, trying to look things up and trying to better understand it. It's just, there's so many factors that are involved, so I'm trying to work my mind around it. And then if I do, then we can talk about it here on these TikTok lives, which I think would be very helpful for all of us if we covered Ezekiel 38 and 39. But as per usual, I mean, the bummer about Ezekiel 38 and 39 is that we would have to cover Ezekiel 1 through 37 first. And that's a lot of chapters. So, understanding the backstory and all that, I'm sure, we could cover it. Maybe we could just do 30 and 39. Anyways, not a big deal. But my point is that you're seeing so many things happen. Russia. I mean, it is wild. Russia is crazy right now. Russia supporting Iran, giving them all kinds of electronic weapons, and you're giving them all kinds of planes and jets. Israel just flew over Beirut. Hey, thank you, Jules. Israel just flew over Beirut in Lebanon. And so, you're seeing the tension just build and build and build, and then Iran made the statement that they haven't attacked yet because they're, part of the punishment for what Israel did is the anticipation of when the attack is actually going to occur. And so nobody knows what's going to happen, but Israel is going to be just unleashed, and it's just going to create this vacuum of chaos where it's just going to all just come right to Israel's land, and it's just going to be, it's just unbelievable. How come this isn't occurring somewhere like in Fiji or something like that? Why is it Israel? It's just probably because the Bible said that that's how it was going to happen. Call me crazy, but it is remarkable. I don't think there is a rapture. It say I'm too. Colleen, hello. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not here to convince you. It is all on each person to search the scriptures and receive the scriptures, and to search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things are so. And if you don't believe that there is a rapture, that's you're definitely allowed to believe that. That's you. So I just tell you guys what I believe, and yeah, but it's really something. Anyways, going into, I do believe that there's a rapture, Colleen. Yes, I do believe there is a rapture, 100%. All kinds of reasons for it. You can go all the way back to Enoch in Genesis, when Enoch walked with God, and then it said he was not. Enoch was taken. Hey, thank you, Tiffany. Elijah was removed. He was taken up in chariots of fire, which is really neat. Then you go to, let's see, in Acts chapter 8, you have the Ethiopian eunuch that was baptized by Philip. Philip was physically removed from where he was, and he was placed in somewhere else, a different location. So that was a mini rapture. Paul was taken up. The word that was taken up in 1 Corinthians, I think it is, or 1 Corinthians, he said, whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. That word is harpazo. He was raptured up, which is very fascinating, very thought-provoking passage right there. Then, obviously, Paul mentions it in 1 Thessalonians. Then we who are alive and remain will be caught up. That word caught up is the word harpazo or raptoro in the Latin. You have a whole bunch of examples that are all throughout the Bible. Hey, thank you, Jules. And, that's just me just thinking of it off the top of my head. But one thing that I think is really neat is that the outline of the book of Revelation, it's there on purpose. It was written in a specific order. And this is something that I think we all need to really, and I know you guys are probably learning this for yourself more than ever before, hopefully, if you've been here through these studies. But when you are going through these books with us, if you have been here, then I bet that you have just been growing in your just love for the design. Every word is there on purpose. The way that it was given, the way the order that it was given, it's all on purpose. It's screaming of architecture, of a designer. And so what I mean by that is that if you study the book of Revelation, what you see in Revelation chapter 2 and 3 is it's all about the church age. The church began in Acts chapter 2, and it goes all the way to Revelation chapter 3. That's the church age. That's the little parenthesis, if you will. But then after Revelation chapter 3, the church isn't mentioned. And so if you look at it and you remember how beautifully designed the Word of God is that just an accident? Is that a picture or a model or a type? Is that just enforcing the idea of where the church is? Because of what Revelation chapter 4 and 5 talks about. It's just I think those are important details, and paying attention to those details is what makes the Bible just come alive, and you're just reading it and you're just getting all kinds of lit up about it. And it's just for me personally, I believe that it is there on purpose, and it is quite amazing, and it is very cool. But yeah, hey, thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you so much. Anyways, so we can go ahead and get started on the book of Zechariah. If you guys are new here, my name is Ryan. I upload all these studies to YouTube. There is a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile. If you wanted to go subscribe over there, you are more than welcome to. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, and all the Pauline epistles. We just completed Isaiah, and now we're going into the book of Zechariah. Now, that is, this book is really quite something. I spent way too much time in Zechariah chapter 2, but I'm trying to understand it better myself. But there's so many fun things that are in here, and we can't possibly, and that's what's so interesting about these studies is, like, you know, we talk about a lot of things, and I at least I feel that way. I feel like we talk about a lot, but what's remarkable is that we haven't even scratched the surface. There's just no way. You just can, there's so many levels to this kind of stuff. And so, you know, you can kind of use these studies as like a launch pad on your own and just go off and, you know, figure things out on your own. And hopefully I can provide some kind of perspective for you. But it's just unbelievable trying to wrap your mind around everything that we've been studying here in the Bible. The Bible is so unbelievable. One thing, well, okay, I suppose we can talk about that later. So just to do a little bit of a recap on Zechariah, because when we went through Zechariah before in the very first video, the very first chapter that we've only done Zechariah chapter 1, we spent about 2 hours just doing a background investigation, I should say, on who Zechariah is, who is Zerubbabel, who is Joshua the high priest, who is Ezra, Nehemiah. We are in Ezra, we are in Nehemiah, and we unpacked all of these things. And so what is a good way to what's up, onward, that's right. What's a good thing to remember as you dive into the book of Zechariah is that Zechariah is basically here. He's a contemporary of Haggai. And what I mean by a contemporary is that Zechariah and Haggai were around during the same time period. So Haggai was a prophet, and so was Zechariah. Zechariah was not just a prophet, but he also was a priest. So he's a prophet and a priest. That's very interesting. Prophet and a priest. Now, we are kings and priests, and that's completely different. And so that study is so important to understand, because there's only 3 people in the entire Bible who are kings and priests. And so if you know who those 3 people are in the Bible, then you are doing well. But Zechariah is a prophet and a priest. And it's really interesting as you dive into this, like, you know, we're just going to do a relatively short flyby of the background. So you have all of these Jewish people in Isaiah 45, where the Jewish people go into captivity in Babylon. And so we were all over the place. We were in 2 Chronicles 36. And so just a flyby on what basically transpired. The Jewish people go into captivity because, you can read this in 2 Chronicles chapter 36, they are allowed to be taken into Babylonian captivity because they didn't observe the sabbatical years for the land. They were supposed to work the land for every 6 years, and then on the 7th year, they were supposed to let the land rest. Well, the Jewish people just said, we're not doing that. And so they didn't do that for 490 years, and because they didn't listen to what God told them to do, God said, you owe me 70 years. And so the Jewish people got taken away and they got hauled off to Babylon, and that is what starts the Babylonian captivity. And so that is what you and I would refer to, and it's so important to remember. It is so good for a visual mind, in your mind, to create a visual that right when the Babylonian captivity started, that is what starts what you and I would refer to, or is what, more importantly, what Jesus would refer to, the time of the Gentiles. Because you and I are still in this period that, a little parentheses, we are in a period that is referred to by Jesus as the time of the Gentiles. That is found in Luke chapter 21, verse 24, 25, or something like that. But what is this period of the time of the Gentiles? It is so important to understand that. And we'll talk more about that tonight. But these Jewish people were hauled away to Babylon. They were in captivity for 70 years. And then at the end of the 70 years captivity, Daniel learns, because Daniel, the guy, you know, who in the book of Daniel, that Daniel, he is reading in Daniel chapter 9, he's reading Jeremiah. So Daniel, the prophet, is reading about Jeremiah, the prophet, and he's reading what Jeremiah wrote down. And he's learning that there was 70 years of captivity. And so Daniel's like reading this and he's like, oh my goodness. And so he starts praying to the Lord and asking for forgiveness for him and his people. And it's fascinating seeing this. But the 70-year captivity for the Babylonian Empire, because King Nebuchadnezzar, that's the name that sticks out mostly. There's multiple kings. But the Babylonian Empire falls, and you read about that in Daniel chapter 5. So what you see in Daniel chapter 5 is a hand starts writing on the wall, and the hand says to the king of Babylon, to King Belshazzar, you have been weighed, you have been found wanting. You have been weighed, you have been found wanting. And, you know, many tekel upharsin is what it says. And so basically Daniel goes in and he tells King Belshazzar, the king of Babylon, he's like, hey, king, you're up. You're done. You have been weighed. You have been found wanting. You've come to the end of your line. And sure enough, at that very night, Darius the Mede rises to power because he ends the Babylonian reign. And so now the Medes and the Persians are now in control. And so then that takes you into Isaiah chapter 45, and that is where Cyrus walks through the front gates of Babylon, because now Cyrus is in charge. And so in order to understand this forecast of the world empires from how God sees it, you need to understand Daniel chapter 2. Because in Daniel chapter 2, you have the image that Nebuchadnezzar had, and he's like, hey, I had this dream, tell me what it means. Daniel's like, hey, you saw this image, and this is what it means. You saw Babylon, you saw the Medo-Persian Empire, you saw the Greek Empire, and then you saw the Roman Empire. And so what you see as you read the book of Daniel is that Daniel was there during the Babylonian captivity. And then Cyrus became the king of Babylon. And then Daniel still stayed in Babylon under the Medo-Persian Empire. And then the Medo-Persian Empire fell to Alexander the Great. And then the Greek Empire fell to the Roman Empire. And so you need to understand that. You need to understand Babylon. Babylon fell to the Medo-Persian Empire. The Medo-Persian Empire fell to the Greek Empire. And the Greek Empire fell to the Roman Empire. And then the Roman Empire didn't fall to anybody. The Roman Empire just kind of fell apart. And so that's what's so interesting about this entire thing. But you need to understand that Zechariah was writing to these people who were freed. So Cyrus, he goes into Babylon and he frees all of these Jewish people. And he's like, I didn't even know you guys were in here probably. He's like, but I just got a letter from God. And that's what Isaiah 45 is talking about. God writes Cyrus a letter. Can you imagine? Just like somebody coming up to you and handing you a letter, and it's got everything about you in it. And so that's what happens in Isaiah 45. So Cyrus ends up freeing the slaves, the Jewish people, the slaves, the Jewish people in Isaiah 45. He frees them. So the Jewish people, it's about 50,000 of them. There's about 50,000 Jewish people end up walking all the way back to Jerusalem. And so Cyrus ends up giving them gold and silver and wood and whatnot, and so do the Jewish people who remained inside Babylon. Now, it's really interesting that there are people who stayed in Babylon. The Jewish people, they had the option. The doors were wide open, and some of them left, but then others stayed. And so that's fascinating, because there's people, like the Jewish people who stayed, they had jobs. They're like, I ain't leaving. I know people don't like change. They were comfortable. They're like, I'm set up here. Like, I know where everything is. Like, there's food here. Like, we're good, right? But you guys can go and it'll be fine. Anyways, the Jewish people who decided to leave ended up going back to Jerusalem. Now, it's important to understand that when they got hauled into captivity, that the first temple actually fell. The temple is gone. There is no temple right now. And so that's heartbreaking from a Jewish point of view. Like, we need to think about how the Jewish people think. Why? Because this is a Jewish book, and we worship a Jewish God. And that is so important to understand. And so it's fascinating to consider that when Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the first temple, which is also documented in 2 Chronicles chapter 36. That first temple was amazing. It had all the marvelous things. It was beautiful. Everybody came from all over the place just to look at it. And that temple was destroyed. And so it's interesting now because as we know, like just to kind of fast forward a little bit, we know that there was a second temple that the Jewish people who got freed from Babylon, when they went back to Jerusalem, when those Jews went back to Jerusalem, they started building this second temple. And so they laid the foundation of it, and then all the people started weeping over it. Some people were crying, other people were rejoicing. And so you have this mixture of old people who were crying, and the younger people were like rejoicing. The old people were crying because they knew what the old temple looked like. And so this smaller temple was almost, in their estimation, was nothing worthy of being called a temple because of how small it was. And so what they did was that they looked at this temple and they based their opinion off of the size of the foundation. They looked at the foundation and they're like, this is not at all like the other one was. And so therefore it's not good enough. And so that's why the older people were weeping, while the younger people who never saw the older temple were rejoicing because they were just happy to have a temple back. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 12 real quick, because since we're on this topic of temples, I think this is important to understand. So let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 13. So a question that some people might ask, and I know a lot of people are in here and you guys probably have questions all the time and you just don't ask them, or maybe this question hasn't crossed your mind yet, but a question that is a natural question to arise in your mind is, how come the Jewish people aren't just sacrificing right now? Like, who says that they need a temple? Like, why do they need a temple? Why can't they just build an altar? Like, why can't they just build an altar without a temple, without all those other things? Why don't they just sacrifice in their backyard or do that kind of stuff, right? Because the Jewish people want a third temple. That's why there's all this talk of this third temple being mentioned. And how come they just don't operate without having a temple? Let's read Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 13. In Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 13, it says this: "Take heed to yourself that you do not offer your burnt offerings in every place that you see, but in the place which the Lord chooses, in one of your tribes, there you shall offer your burnt offerings, and there you shall do all that I command you." So this is the reason that Jews today cannot just sacrifice anywhere they want to. They have specific laws that are in place that are basically there to enforce why they should not just go out in their backyard and start sacrificing these animals or whatever. So when you go to Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 16, this was a verse that we were in Deuteronomy a lot when we went through the book of Acts, just because we were trying to understand, the feasts, and we had a lot of conversations about the feasts of the Lord, which are 7 of them, and those are all mentioned in Leviticus. But anyways, if you read Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 16, it says this. In Deuteronomy 16, verse 16, it says, "3 times a year all your males shall appear before the Lord your God in the place which He chooses." So God has to choose the place, right? And so this is obviously all before they actually go into the land, but God chose where the place would be. It's in Jerusalem. And so in order for them to actually enact some kind of sacrificial system, there needs to be a temple for them to do that properly, based upon in their Jewish mind. In order for their Jewish minds to follow the Torah, the law, then they are going to have to abide by these rules. And so it's just very interesting how the Jewish mind thinks, because that's why I told you before, when you pray for the peace of Jerusalem, you need to associate the reality that you are not praying for a Christian. You are praying for a lost person. When you are praying for Israel, you are praying for the primarily lost individuals. They are not believers in Christ. And that doesn't change anything. Like, we should still be praying for them. But I just want you to make the connection in your mind that you are praying for lost people, largely in part. It's very, very interesting. So I woke up today, and my wife sent me a message, and she was like, it was a screenshot of like a local church that was planning on going to Israel in 2026. And she's like, do you want to go? And I'm like waking up, you know, I'm like rubbing my eyes. I'm like, what day is it? And, and it was just crazy because I was like, heck yeah, I freaking want to go. Are you kidding me? I would love to go to Israel. I don't care if there's a war zone. Actually, you know, if it was just me, it would be a little bit different. But if she's going with me, then I don't know how that's going to be. Also, I was like, we might not be here by 2026, which is crazy. But it's also a very real possibility because how much has happened within the last 30 days? And if you put that and you extend the 30 days and you add another year and a half to 2026, then you're just like, okay, well, if this much happened in 30 days, then, dude, our world's going to be completely unrecognizable by 2026. Anyways, my point is, I would love to go to Israel. I would love to go over there and just see everything. I would probably break down and just fall down so many times. I don't know. It would just be overwhelming. But anyways, I just wanted to kind of talk on that a little bit because of everything that is going on in our world. So, going back to Zechariah, they go into Babylon captivity and King Nebuchadnezzar destroys the first temple. So there is no more temple. Then fast forward to when Cyrus frees the Jewish people and the Jewish people go back to Jerusalem and they build the second temple, or they're starting to build the second temple. And so if you progress throughout time, you understand that that temple is the one where Jesus actually walked in. And that's crazy. And so then that temple fell in 70 AD. That fell to the Romans. And so now we're looking into the future. Sometime in the future, that has not happened yet, sometime in the future, there's going to be a third temple. And so this is what's so interesting about it. So understanding why the Jews don't just start doing the sacrificial system by themselves, it's because they're trying to follow the Torah. And there's specifications that are mentioned all over the place, and that's why it's so interesting to pay attention. You know, the red heifers are all popping up all over the place, and that in itself is a huge sign for where we are in our world today. It's just like if somebody was just like waving a red flag, you'd be like, oh, is there danger ahead? You'd be like, yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know what he means. But then if there's like another red flag and they're just like going like this, you're like, oh yeah. But imagine there's like 9 red flags. There's like a whole marching band out there like waving red flags of like, whoa, and you're like, you got to put on the brakes because you know something is up ahead that you need to slow down for. And there's a hazardous material or some crap up ahead. That's what we're seeing on the horizon right now, prophetically speaking, when you are paying attention to the world. And obviously, you know, we need to be mindful of everything going around Israel, because Israel is God's timepiece in a sense, and that's why we need to be paying attention to them. So that is a little bit roundabout way. Also, what's fascinating, just because we're talking about some things, just this has nothing to do with what we're talking about now. I kind of think it's very interesting. Actually, you know what? It kind of can be related to Zechariah. So go to Daniel chapter 12. Let's go to Daniel chapter 12 real fast. I'm sorry. We're just going all over. It's not my fault. So in Daniel chapter 12, verse 4, it says this, but you have flipping pages. In Daniel chapter 12, verse 4, it says, but you, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book until the time of the end. Okay, that is what, so this is what's so remarkable about the day that we're living in right now. So Daniel is told to shut the words and to seal the book until there's that word. Remember how, like, when you're studying the Bible, there's certain words that you should just be drawn to? One of those words is until. Until. The other word is because. Because that is, every time the word because is there, there's a reason they told you something, and if you didn't pay attention to it, then it would, anyways, it just helps you focus. But here in Daniel chapter 12, verse 4, it says, but you, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book until the time of the end. And then it goes on, it says, many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase. And, you know, that could be a representation of the internet and, you know, like how the technology has just completely evolved. It's unreal. We are living in a world to where something could happen right where you are, and somewhere on the other side of the planet could know about it in a nanosecond. It is remarkable. But in Daniel chapter 12, verse 4, sorry, there's a little thing that popped up on my screen. In Daniel chapter 12, verse 4, it says, seal up the book until the time of the end. One of the reasons that you can really add to why we believe, or at least I believe, that we are in the last days of the last days, is because it says of seal up the book until the time of the end. Until the time of the end. Until the time of the end. Right now, Daniel, the book of Daniel, has been unsealed for the most part. It seems, right? Like, because if you guys were here for our study of the book of Daniel, we understand. We understand so much. You can, like, there's like the very few things in the book of Daniel that we don't have understanding over. And it seems because now we are in the last days, right? It says, seal up the book until the time of the end. Are we in the time of the end? Could possibly be. But when you understand that when Daniel wrote down, seal up the book, he had no idea what the crap he was writing about. He had no idea what this meant or what this meant, and he was the one who actually wrote it down. Can you imagine being Daniel, writing stuff down and like talking about, you know, all the things that happened and having no idea the prophetic implications that it held? Well, right now in 2024, we have the ability to look back into time and to see everything, and we're like, oh, this is what that means. This is what that means. This is what that means. And so we're, oh my goodness, it's so amazing to see that this time of the end could possibly be here right now. And it's just, you know, I believe that the rapture is going to occur in my lifetime. I've said that for a long time now. But also it's interesting that if you read the book of Revelation, that John is told to not seal up the words of that book. So in Daniel is told to seal up the words of the book. John in Revelation is told not to seal up the words of that book. And that's very fascinating. Okay, that's all extra, but we can tie that back into Zechariah, because Zechariah, in a sense, is apocalyptic. Now, what's fascinating about Daniel and Revelation is that they have apocalyptic insights. Like you get so much information of how things are going to look in the future. And Zechariah talks a lot about that too, but there is nothing that says to seal up the book or to not seal up the book in Zechariah. So if you have Daniel, Zechariah, and Revelation, Daniel says to seal up the book. Zechariah doesn't say anything about sealing up the book, and Revelation does say to not seal up the book, meaning just don't seal it. Everybody can read this and understand. And so anyways, it's just interesting when you see that kind of stuff. Okay. So that is just a roundabout way of kind of giving you a little bit of an idea of where we are. Time is short, guys. That's what I'm telling you. Like, one way or the other, time is short. Okay, so let's get back to this this review of Zechariah. So in chapter, just to give you kind of like a little bit of an outline, chapters 1 through 6 of Zechariah are going to encapsulate 8 visions, and all of these visions are they're all going to be connected to each other. And it's fascinating because they lay out history, in a sense, from Zechariah's day to the day that the Antichrist is defeated, and when Jesus is going to set up his kingdom. So, hey, thank you, Holly. So you have this whole span, like this is a massive scope that is inside Zechariah. And so it's really neat to see this kind of stuff. But what's good to remember throughout Zechariah chapter 1 through 6, throughout these 8 visions that we're going to be unpacking, it's good to, thank you, Jules. It's good to remember that these visions seem to all be connected. They're all one after another, after another, after another. You can imagine being Zechariah and just be completely overwhelmed during this time, because he was just, we understand that it's at night, and we understand that he had to have just been completely overwhelmed, because it was bam, 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 bam. And so it's really unbelievable when you think about that. But what I think is neat about the book of Zechariah is that, I love that bear. What's good to remember is to get into the mind of the Jewish people during this time. Thank you, Holly. Hey, what's up, Cindy? What's up, War Durham? Good to see you. It's important to understand how they felt. These people had to have, the Jewish people, now, we talked about how the Jewish people got freed from Babylon. About 50,000 of them went back to Jerusalem. They started rebuilding the foundation, but then they got stopped by all of these Samaritans, the adversaries. And we talked about that during our review last time. So they just sat there, and the temple was just laying flat because nobody was working on it. They just had the foundation. So being in the mind of a Jewish person during this time is important to understand. They were so happy and excited, and they started working on the temple, and then they got some confrontation and they were told to stop building the temple, and so all the wind goes out of their sails and they're completely deflated. Thanks, Chris. And so you can imagine that Israel felt so discouraged during this time, but not only discouraged, they felt forgotten. They probably felt forgotten. Can you imagine being a Jewish person and years go by, a long time, right? Like, I mean, you guys go to school for, there's people who go to school, they're like, oh, it's the worst. Like, I was in school, it was just like 8 hours, right? And 8 hours can feel like a long time. Well, imagine these people back then, where they feel completely abandoned by God because it's been over 2 decades and there's still no word about anything. What's fascinating about this is why Zechariah's name is important. Zechariah's name means the Lord remembers. And so when you think about these Jewish people feeling discouraged and feeling lost and feeling forgotten, and then this dude pops up who is a prophet and a priest, and his name literally means the Lord remembers. I mean, without Zechariah even opening his mouth, these people it would have been a complete testament to who God is. And so as you're studying the Bible, pay attention to the people's names when you're reading, because they all are important. And it's so interesting. Every word in this book is there on purpose, and it's a good thing to be reminded of. But this prophet, whose name means the Lord remembers, he rose up to declare to them about a coming day that is completely unparalleled, about the glory that they will have in the future. And so if you put yourself in their minds of lost and hopelessness and like there's nothing going on and God completely abandoned us, Zechariah rises up. His name means the Lord remembers, and he shines a light on what they have to look forward to, the glory that will come back. And it's an amazing thing. So this prophet and priest, Zechariah, he laid out God's entire panorama from the rebuilding of the temple to when Jesus will rise and rule. He will rule on the earth, and that is what is going to happen. He is going to rule in Jerusalem, and that is quite a scope. So that is what Zechariah is going to be talking about in a little bit, in a nutshell. So that's a little bit of a review. But then when you go to it talks about after the Antichrist is defeated. Yeah, it talks about Jesus reigning and ruling. And we'll get to that. That's more towards the end of the book. But in Zechariah chapter 1, the first couple of verses shine a light on the importance of repentance. Now, this is geared towards the Jewish people, but these passage of Zechariah chapter 1, verse 1 through 6, they apply to the Jewish people, obviously, but they have implications that apply to you and I as well. And so we talked about this. It's an important thing to understand how important repentance is, because in Zechariah chapter 1 verse 3, it says this: "Therefore say to them, thus says the Lord of hosts." And here's what God says. He says, "Return to me, says the Lord of hosts, and I will return to you. Now, it's an important thing. It doesn't say, I'll return to you and then you return to me. No, it says, you return to me and then I'll return to you. You have this picture of the prodigal son, where the son and the father gives the son his portion of his inheritance. The son goes away, he spends it all, and then the son comes back home, but he's got his tail between his legs. He starts walking back to his father. The father sees him from a distance and starts sprinting like high knees, like whoop, 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 and just runs to his son. And so you see that picture. The father wasn't going to the son until he saw the son coming to him. And that's the whole idea here. There's this repentant, we talked about how God doesn't, like in the Bible, it talks about how they like wore sackcloth and ashes, and they would typically tear their clothes when they were in mourning. And we talked about how God doesn't care about you tearing your clothes. He wants you to have a torn heart. He wants you to have a repentant heart. It is not about what you're doing on the outside. It's about what your heart is and what's your heart posture. And so that's what's going on in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 6. And then you dive into the chapter Zechariah. I gotta stop doing that. Zechariah chapter 1, verse 7 gets us into the first vision that we talked about. And so you have this first vision out of 8. Some people say 10 visions, but that's just, that's just splitting hairs a little bit. There's some people say 8 visions, some people say 10. Hey, thank you, Travis. We'll just say 8 because it's not that important. They're all reading the same words. Some people just dissect the passages differently, and they're like, oh, this is a completely different vision, or it doesn't matter. But in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 7, you have this picture where there is a man on a horse. He is on a red horse. And then after you keep on reading, you see that there are a whole bunch of other riders on other horses as well. There's some people riding red horses. There's some other people riding sorrel horses, which is speckled or brown. And then there's other riders on white horses. And so what you end up reading and learning about as you progress throughout that chapter is that the man on the red horse is Jesus Christ, because he's identified in verse 11 and 12 as the angel of the Lord. Now, the angel of the Lord is a theophany. It is Jesus showing himself before he was actually born. And so whenever you read in the Bible and you see the angel of the Lord, specifically the angel of the Lord, that is referencing Jesus Christ. So this horse, this red horse, has a rider, and the rider of it is the angel of the Lord. And so what you learn about it is that all of these horses are going all over the place, and they're going to and fro. They're all over the earth. And then what they do after they go all around the earth is that they all start coming back to the one horse, which is Jesus. They all come back to the horse. They all come back to the angel of the Lord, or Jesus. And so they are basically reporting to Jesus, and they're like letting him know what's going on in the earth. And we talked about, obviously, God doesn't need these angels to come to him, but this is his system, that how he set them up. And so these angels are doing what they were designed to do. And so that's what their role is here. But what's interesting, and this is important to understand, and we didn't talk about it last time, if you go to Zechariah chapter 1, verse 7, in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 7, it says this: on the 24th day of the 11th month, which is the month of Shebat, in the 2nd year of Darius. Okay, so this is what is important to understand. It says in the 2nd year of Darius. Darius. Why is this important? This is important to understand because the Jewish people, Zechariah is writing this down, right? Zechariah is letting you know how time is going on based upon the Gentile way. Because he basically is saying in the 2nd year of Darius. That could say in the 2nd year of the Gentile world. Now, this is important to understand because of the times of the Gentiles started with Nebuchadnezzar, and it's going to end sometime in the future, ending with the Antichrist. Now, what's fascinating about this is that he is letting you know how time is going by based upon how it comes across to the Gentile world, because the Jewish people are currently in the Gentile dominion, under Gentile dominion here in Zechariah, and they are still in the Gentile dominion in our world today, because there is no king in Israel. They are waiting for this king to arrive. They just don't know that they missed him already, and that's what Luke 19 is all about. They missed the time of their visitation, and so they are blind in part because they missed the time of their visitation. And it's an amazing thing to see this. But you see that this Gentile dominion starts with Nebuchadnezzar, goes all the way in to the end. Okay, so just another little fun fact, but also what I wanted to talk about in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 11, which we didn't talk about last time, is that these angels are all riding their horses all over the place, right? And they gather information, and then they come back and they report back to Jesus. And that is very interesting. Hello, Angel. Wardorm, hello. And so, thank you. Thank you for that heart. And so, when you look at Zechariah chapter 1, verse 11, it says, "So they answered the angel of the Lord, who stood among the myrtle trees." Myrtle trees is representation of Israel, by the way, which is awesome, because what you see is Jesus is just in the middle of them. He's not going anywhere. He's not this far off God. Hey, thank you so much, Angel. And so it's just really cool to see here in verse 11. It says, "We have walked to and fro throughout the earth, and behold, all the earth is resting quietly." Now, this sounds, because I was going back over this again, and this sounds good, right? The angels are reporting to Jesus, and they're telling Jesus, hey, the earth is resting quietly. And so what's interesting about that is that you and I, our knee-jerk reaction is to associate that with a good thing, right? Like, if the whole earth is resting quietly, that means that's good, right? That's how it comes across to us, right? As Gentiles, like that's how our minds think. But again, we need to understand that this is about the Jewish people. So from the Jewish point of view, this was a complete disappointment to the listeners, or to the Jewish people who are actually hearing this, because this was during the Gentile dominion that we just got done talking about. And the Jews were they were not looking for peace, because peace means that, they're not looking for peace, but for those nations that they were under, because they were under the Gentile nations, they were looking for those Gentile nations to be judged. So from the Jewish point of view, when they hear that the world is resting quietly, that's not what the Jewish mind wanted to hear, because they were being oppressed by the Jewish people. And so if you were being oppressed and somebody's like, oh, all is good as in the world, you'd be like, that's not what we want. That's not what we want. We are completely oppressed here. Are you kidding me? We don't want this. This is not the good kind of peace that we're looking for. The Jewish people were looking for judgment on the nations that were oppressing them. And so I didn't get to talk about that last time, but I thought that was important to understand, to kind of shine a light on some things. So hopefully that helps a little bit. So, okay. That is Zechariah. But anyways, we stopped Zechariah chapter 1. We went from Zechariah chapter 1 all the way to verse 17, and then we just stopped. So what's up, Mark? Good to see you, man. So now we ended, and I said last time that we would pick up in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 18, because it kind of seems to make more sense to go into chapter 2 by doing it this way. So that is the recap on Zechariah chapter 1 through 17, 1 through verse 17. And so now we will dive into Zechariah chapter 1, verse 18, and we will talk all about this kind of stuff. So, cool. Let's do this thing. Let's do. All right. So just so you guys know, we are just going to be covering chapter 2 tonight, and we will do chapter 3 tomorrow night. Yeah, thanks for pinning that, Mark. If you guys are interested in these studies, I upload them to YouTube. It's sheesh, which ITZ_sheesh. So you can go check that out if you are interested in any of the studies that we've done in the past. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, all those Pauline epistles. Just finished Isaiah. That was a marathon. Holy smokes. Okay, and so I upload all these up there as well if you guys want a verse-by-verse Bible study, which is really hard to find, honestly. Like, I don't know. Finding a verse-by-verse Bible study like this, at least for me, is, I don't... Anyways, that is there if you would like to use it. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive on into Let's go. Now, new here, but I'm ready. Shug, welcome. Glad you're here. Hopefully, if you hang out... Oh, that's one thing I wanted to tell you guys. I didn't tell you before, and I say this all the time, I want you guys to understand the one thing that is the most important thing. You guys can disagree with me on some of these things, because what we're talking about in the book of Zechariah, there's a lot of controversial things that we talk about. I'm going to give you the way I see things, and so it is on you to hear it and then to search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things are so. That is what Acts chapter 17 verse 11 tells us to be like. We are supposed to be like the Bereans, and that they receive the word with all readiness, but they search the scriptures daily to find out. And so the most important thing that I want you to understand more than anything is to how to know for sure you can get to heaven. This is what we are doing at the fair, what we're all doing out at the fair this entire week. We're trying to tell people about Jesus, which is, we're trying to tell them the gospel. The gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4, but I want you to understand the only way to heaven is by believing that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins and for my sins, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Ephesians 2:8-9 says, for by grace are you saved through faith. You are saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And then John 3:16 is so good. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. That is the one thing I want you to know more than anything else. That is the most important thing, and you can disagree with me on every secondary issue, but that one right there is what I need you to understand. Thank you so much, Bridget. I love it. You keep giving 7. I love that. That's I just now caught on to that. That's hilarious. Well played. Thank you for that. Okay, so going into Zechariah chapter 1, we are going to finish chapter 1. We're going to dive into verse 18, and then we will do all of chapter 2. So in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 18, we are going to be tackling this second vision. Remember, we talked about before, we're going to be in chapters 1-6 of Zechariah, we're going to be talking about all of the visions. Some people say that there are 8. Some people say that there are 10. It doesn't really matter. We're gonna be reading the same words one way or the other. It's just a matter of how people parse the passages and whatnot. So in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 18, we're gonna be talking about this second vision that Zechariah had. And so what I want you to focus on is the word in verse 18. I read the New King James Version. In Zechariah chapter 1, verse 18, it says, then I raised. So what you're seeing here is a continuation. Like if I told you that all about my, if I was playing baseball, I would use the word then if I was explaining a play. I'd be like, this guy, he was up to bat, he hit the ball, I'm playing shortstop, so I ran over here, I grounded it, then I looked to third base, and the runner was there, then I looked to first base, so I threw it to first base, then the guy from first base tried to go to the third base, then you're seeing the point here. My point here is it's a continuation of the entire thing. So when you see in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 18, he says, then I want you to look at Zechariah chapter 2, verse 1. In Zechariah chapter 2, verse 1, it says, then. Then if you go to Zechariah chapter 3, verse 1, it says, then. My point here is this is all of these visions seem to be happening all right, one after another. This is a continuation of the entire thing. So let's get back into Zechariah chapter 1, verse 18. So in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 18, we're starting this second vision here. It says in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 18, it says, then I raised my eyes and looked, and there were 4 horns. Okay, so you have these 4 horns here, and I'm sure you guys are probably already connecting some dots, which is so fun because that's how my mind was going. And I was just like, every time I see a word now, I just can't help but like associate it somewhere else in the Bible. I'm like, this is here, this goes here. And then I just stop and I think, and I'm like, wait, where is that? And then you just like kind of, anyways, you have the word 4 horns here. And these horns are, every time you see them, or they're very often used as symbolically to represent strength. And it's often used to describe the Gentile nations most times. And we see that all throughout Scripture. But let's look up a couple passages just to unpack some of these. Let's go to Psalm chapter 75. Psalm 75. Because in Psalm 75 verse 4, in Psalm 75 verse 4, it says this, I said to the boastful, do not deal boastfully, and to the wicked, do not lift up the horn. Do not lift up your horn on high. Do not speak with a stiff neck. Now, that's a representation of Gentile rulers right there, and that's in Psalm 75 verse 4. But let's also go to Jeremiah 48. In Jeremiah chapter 48. In Jeremiah chapter 48 verse 25. In Jeremiah chapter 48 verse 25, it says this, the horn of Moab is cut off, and his arm is broken, says the Lord. Now, Moab, again, a Gentile nation. Now, it's interesting because I'm sure that many of you guys are already thinking of horns, and you're connecting them with the passages that are in Daniel, the book of Daniel. And if you were doing that, good for you, because we are definitely going to be unpacking those things here in a little bit, because they are definitely involved here. But the four horns seem to be representative of the four world empires that are in Daniel chapter 2, which is what we kind of talked about a little bit during the review. But we will go and we will look at it just for those people who are new. And, you know, it's always interesting because I try to talk as if you don't know a single thing about the Bible, which might be a lot for some people, but that's okay. Repetition helps out a lot. In Daniel chapter 2, verse 36, in Daniel chapter 2, verse 36, you have the four world empires according to God's point of view. So in Daniel chapter 2, verse 36, it says this. This is where Daniel interprets the dream to King Nebuchadnezzar. It says, this is the dream. Now we will tell the interpretation of it before the king. You, O king, are a king of kings. For the God of heaven has given you a kingdom, power, strength, and glory. And wherever the children of men dwell, or the beasts of the field and the birds of the heaven, he has given them into your hand, and has made you ruler over them all. You are this head of gold. So the head of gold represents Babylon. Then it goes on to verse 39. In Daniel 2, verse 39, it says, but after you shall arise another kingdom, inferior to yours, then another, a third kingdom of bronze, which shall rule over all the earth. This is talking about the Medo-Persian Empire, and this is talking about Alexander the Great and his empire, the Greek Empire. And then you go to the Daniel chapter 2, verse 40, and it says in Daniel 2, verse 40, it says, and the fourth kingdom shall be as strong as iron, inasmuch as iron breaks in pieces and shatters everything, and like iron that crushes, that kingdom will break in pieces and crush all the others. This, Daniel chapter 2, verse 40, is talking about the Roman Empire. So these are the four, you're seeing the connection here, four horns that we just read in Zechariah. And here in Daniel 2, you have four empires. And so this is how, the four empires that we just read about is how God sees things. Now, again, it's important to understand that the way you see things and the way I see things, they don't matter. It doesn't matter at all. This has not, like, my opinion does not matter. I'm just here, right? And so we need to think how God thinks. And that's why it's important to understand what the things that God hates based upon Proverbs chapter 6, because he tells you the 6 things that he hates. Yes, 7 are abomination, a proud look, a lying tongue, and it goes on and goes on. And so we need to avoid those things. But it's interesting to see what's mentioned in Proverbs chapter 6, because the things that you think would be there actually aren't. And so that's remarkable. So anyways, those are the four empires. Those are the four world empires according to God's point of view. And that is documented there in Daniel chapter 2. But let's go to Daniel chapter 7 real fast. Let's go to Daniel chapter 7. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 3. let's read about Daniel chapter 7, verse 3. Because in Daniel chapter 7, verse 3, it says this. In Daniel 7, verse 3, it says, "And 4 great beasts came up from the sea, each different from the other." Okay, so I need you to make the connection here. There's 4 world empires: Babylon, Medo-Persian Empire, the Greek Empire, and the Roman Empire. So there's 4 empires in Daniel 2, but now we're in Daniel 7, and now we're reading about 4 great beasts. So it says, "And there are 4 great beasts come up from the sea, each different from the other. The first was like a lion, and had eagle's wings. I watched till its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted up from the earth and made to stand on 2 feet like a man, and a man's heart was given to it." That's talking about the first world empire, which is Babylon. Then we go to verse 5. In Daniel 7, verse 5, it says, "And suddenly another beast, a second like a bear. It was raised up on one side and had 3 ribs in its mouth between its teeth. And they said thus to it, 'Arise, devour much flesh.'" This is talking about the Medo-Persian Empire, which is when Cyrus the king was reigning. That Cyrus was the one who goes into Babylon, and he frees the Jewish people to go back to Jerusalem to build the second temple. And so then we go to Daniel chapter 7, verse 6. And in Daniel 7, verse 6, it says, "After this I looked, and there was another like a leopard, which had on its back 4 wings of a bird. The beast also had 4 heads, and dominion was given to it." Now, that is talking about the Greek Empire. And so it's interesting the amount of time the word 4 is mentioned there, because if you study Alexander the Great in his empire, you understand that when Alexander the Great was dying, that when he was passing away, his generals came up to him, and they're like, "What do you want us to do with your kingdom?" And his response was, "Give it to the strong." And so what happened after Alexander the Great died is that Alexander the Great had 4 generals. And so those 4 generals divided his empire into 4 parts, and each general had his own area. And so anyways, those, we all covered that a long time ago. That's not what we're here for. But that's Daniel chapter 7, verse 6. And so that now let's go to Daniel chapter 7, verse 7. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 7, it says, "After this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, exceedingly strong. It had huge iron teeth. It was devouring, breaking in pieces, and trampling the residue with its feet. It was different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns." Now you see horns mentioned there, but you have 4 beasts. Now my point here in bringing us to this is to make the connection. Going back to Zechariah chapter 1, verse 18. In Zechariah chapter 1, verse 18, Zechariah says, "I looked and I saw 4 horns." Now, the horns represent the Gentile dominion, and it takes you all the way back to Daniel chapter 2, which explains the Gentile dominion. And then you read in Daniel chapter 7, and you are introduced to the 4th beast that had 10 horns. And then that opens up the door to a whole other conversation, because that's amazing, because then you have those 10 horns, and then there's a little horn that rises up, and that little horn is representation of the Antichrist, and that's yet future. It's really fascinating, but we're not talking about that right now. We are talking about Zechariah. So in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 18, it says this, "Then I raised my eyes and looked, and there were 4 horns." So hopefully it seems that those 4 horns seem to most commentators agree that those 4 horns are representation of the 4 world empires that we just talked about in Daniel 2 and in Daniel chapter 7. So hopefully that makes sense. But let's keep reading in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 19. In Zechariah chapter 1, verse 19, Zechariah continues, and he says this, "And I said to the angel who talked with me, 'What are these?' So he answered me, 'These are the horns that have scattered Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem.'" Okay, so in verse 19, Zechariah talks to the angel. Now, if you were here for the first chapter, you probably remember that in chapter 1, there are 2 angels that Zechariah is around. And I told you last time not to get confused with the angels, because there's one angel that is a commentator, like an interpreter of sorts, the one that answers the questions for the most part. And then there's another angel, but that angel is the angel of the Lord. which is Jesus. So there are two angels here in Zechariah 1 verse 19. He's talking to the regular angel, just another angel, right? He's just talking to another angel. He says, and I said to the angel, which is the commentator or the interpreter, if that's how you want to view this person or this angel. So Zechariah is talking to a normal angel, and he says, I said to this normal angel who talked with me, what are these? So he answered me, and he said, these are the horns. When you see the horns, these are the world empires. These are the world empires that have scattered Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem. So these horns are the world empires that were scattered. And so what's interesting to ask, the question on the table is, when were they scattered? When were these Jewish people scattered? Because we're talking about Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem, because those are the ones that were scattered all over the place. So the question is, when were they scattered? So these Jewish people were scattered. It was an ongoing process. They were scattered during Babylon. They were scattered during the Medo-Persian Empire. They were scattered during the Greek Empire. They were scattered during the Roman Empire. But the Roman Empire is the one that stands out among them all, the most out of them all. It's the most predominant one. Because when the Roman Empire took over in 70 AD, that's when Jerusalem fell. That's when the temple fell. So the first temple was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. And then they built another temple, the second temple, and that temple was destroyed by the Roman Empire. And so what ended up happening, in a very elementary synopsis here, is that the Romans went in, they destroyed Jerusalem, and they basically dispersed the Jewish people all over the world. And so here it says, these are the horns that have scattered. So the fall of Jerusalem and the temple in 70 AD is basically when the Jewish people were pushed out of the land by the Romans. But the overall sense of the entire verse is showing that each empire had a hand in scattering these Jewish people abroad. But the biggest one is when was the Roman Empire, because they did not allow the Jewish people to remain. And so that is where this whole word, the diaspora, comes from. The diaspora is basically where the Jewish people were scattered abroad. They were kicked out of their land. And so they go all over the place, and they're all around the world, but they just aren't allowed inside Israel. And so that's very fascinating, because all throughout time, Israel, the Jewish people have always been here, which is a miracle. But the Gentile empires scatter them abroad, and that's what's so fascinating about Israel, is because they shouldn't be here. They shouldn't be here, but they are, and so they're not going away anytime. And that's what's so interesting about their history, because in 1948, I'm sure you guys are aware that 1948 Israel was born. And so all these Jewish people, before 1948, the Jewish people just started trickling back into the Israel land. And so they just started kind of congregating. And then next thing you know, they look around, they're like, wow, there's quite a few of us here. And they were like, we're going to plant a flag down. And so then this is our nation. And so in 1948, they were recognized as a nation. And so boom, Israel is on the map. And it's just like that. It was just like, you're seeing it's like, I want you to imagine like a cup that is just filling up because of it's underneath a faucet, and the water is just dripping, drip, 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 and like as time goes on, that cup starts filling up. Now it takes a while to fill up, but then after a while, the cup won't be able to hold anymore. And when the cup is full, that's, just using this metaphor, it's showing you that Israel, the Jewish people, are going to come back to the land. And so that is what we are looking forward to. We are witnessing that being fulfilled in front of our eyes, but it's going to be fulfilled sometime in the future, because there's Jewish people in America, there's in Europe, in Russia. Half of the Jewish people in Israel came from Russia, which is just amazing just to consider that. The reason why Russia actually even voted for them way back when was because they thought that the Jewish people were going to be an ally because the majority of the Jewish people came from Russia, which is funny. But they didn't know that they were falling in what God knew was going to happen. And so Russia ended up voting for them. And yeah, it's just fascinating seeing this kind of stuff. But anyways, going back to verse 19. In Zechariah chapter 1, verse 19, in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 19, it says, "And I said to the angel who talked with me, what are these? So he answered me, these are the horns that have scattered Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem." Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem. Now the question is, why does it say Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem? Doesn't that seem like overkill? What he's saying here is that the reason why he mentions Judah, and we talked about this before if you were here for a study of Isaiah, Judah, so you have 12 tribes of Israel. You have the 12 tribes, right? And so what you have is that there was a little bit of a civil war that happened within Israel. So if these are all the 12 tribes, everything was fine and copacetic when Solomon was king. But then Solomon died, and then after Solomon died, Jeroboam and Rehoboam started going at it, and so they ended up dividing. And so there was 10 tribes that go north, and they are called, that's what you and I would refer to as the northern kingdom. But then there's 2 tribes that stayed where they were, which is called the southern kingdom. So Jeroboam initially was the king of the northern kingdom. Rehoboam was the first king of the southern kingdom. So you have the northern kingdom, which is what you and I would refer to as Israel, and then you had the southern kingdom, what you and I would refer to as Judah. So Israel, it's kind of difficult because Israel is representation of all the Jewish people, but it's also a word that is a synecdoche to identify the northern kingdom. So you could say Israel, you could also say Ephraim, or you could say the northern kingdom. They're all the same thing. It's talking about the 10 tribes that were in the north. So with that in mind, since we understand that there are 12 tribes, the 10 tribes that were up north, that leaves that there's 2 tribes unaccounted for. That's where the southern kingdom comes into play, and that's Judah. That is what you and I would call Judah, or Jerusalem, or the southern kingdom. So 10 tribes up north, 2 tribes down south. So here in verse 19, he says Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem. So what you're seeing here is he is covering all the bases because Jerusalem is the capital. So he's essentially saying it's everything. It's the whole nation. He's like, this is going to be encapsulating all the Jewish people. And that's why he doesn't just say Judah and Israel. He's saying Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem. He's letting you know it is all of the Jewish people. He says, these are the horns that have scattered all of the Jewish people. That's another way to read that. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so let's go to Zechariah chapter 1, verse 20. Zechariah chapter 1, verse 20, moving on, it says, "Then the Lord showed me 4 craftsmen." So now this is one of those places where some people say that this is a different vision because it doesn't really matter. It doesn't make, it's not that big of a deal. I'm just telling you what some people believe. Some people think that this is a different vision, whereas a lot of other people say that this is a part of the same vision that we're talking about. So just giving you that you can make your own opinion. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't change the message whatsoever. It's not a reason to divide. But this is one of the reasons why some people say that it's 10 visions, but other people say 8. Okay, so in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 20, it says, "Then the Lord showed me 4 craftsmen." Okay, so now so we just go from 4 horns in verse 19, and now we're going to 4 craftsmen. Now, the word craftsman can mean worker, it can mean maker, and it also can mean that they're skillful to destroy, which I think is very interesting because that's going to come into play when you look at it from that kind of lens. So it could say that the Lord showed me 4 skilled workers who destroy. That's what it could say. And that's actually very applicable to what we're actually going to be using it for. So it says, "Then the Lord showed me 4 craftsmen." Now, this, in verse 20, seems to be kind of coincide that some people view. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 14 real fast. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 14. It's hard for my brain to hold on sometimes. I hear that, Sally. I mean, just, I'm right there with you. My brain is barely holding on. Okay, so let's go to, hello, Shondell. Hello. 4 horses, 4 horns, 4 craftsmen. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 4. Yeah, there you go. Well, let's go to Ezekiel chapter 14, verse 21. So some people liken what we just read in Zechariah to being associated or connected to these horsemen, these judgments that are yet future, that are going to occur during the tribulation. But let's read Ezekiel 14, verse 21. In Ezekiel 14, verse 21, it says, "For thus says the Lord God, how much more it shall be when I send my 4 severe judgments on Jerusalem, the sword and famine and wild beast and pestilence, to cut off man and beast from it." Now, those 4 things, the 4 judgments that are mentioned here in Ezekiel 14:21, should kind of ring a bell, because it mentions the sword, famine, wild beast, and pestilence. And so that should kind of ring a bell. If you go to Revelation, because in Revelation chapter 6, verse 8, in Revelation chapter 6, verse 8, this is echoed in a roundabout way. In Revelation chapter 6, verse 8, it says this, "So I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and the name of him who sat on it was Death, and Hades followed with him. And power was given to them over 1/4 of the earth, to kill with the sword, hunger, death, and by beasts of the earth." So it seems to be echoing what Ezekiel 14 mentioned there. And so that's what some people liken this to. Now, in Revelation chapter 6, this is talking about this is what I believe the start of the tribulation in Revelation chapter 6. And you have the white horse, you have the red horse, the black horse, the pale horse, which is more like a green horse. But going back to Zechariah chapter 1, verse 20, Zechariah chapter 1, verse 20, it says, "Then the Lord showed me 4 craftsmen." So these 4 judgments, it could be these 4 judgments. And so it's going to make a little bit more sense here as we keep on reading. But let's go to verse 21. In Zechariah chapter 1, verse 21, it says this, "And I said, what are these coming to do? So he said, these are the horns that scattered Judah, so that no one could lift up his head. But the craftsmen are coming to terrify them, to cast out the horns of the nations that lifted up their horn against the land of Judah, to scatter it." So here in verse 21, it's interesting because Zechariah says, what are these coming to do? I think that's rather unique, because he doesn't say, who are these people? He doesn't ask, like, he asks very specifically, what are these coming to do? He didn't ask for their identity or anything like that, but he asked what they would do. So the purpose of these craftsmen that we're reading about here in verse 21, the purpose of these craftsmen are to strike terror into the nations that have scattered God's people, and to bring about this overthrow of Israel's enemies. So these 4 craftsmen, these guys are the instruments of God in a sense. If you want to look at it like that, they're the instruments that God is going to use to break the horns into pieces. So you have 4 horns. You go back to Daniel 2, you go back to Daniel chapter 7, you have these 4 horns. Those 4 horns represents the 4 world empires. The 4 world empires: Babylon, Medo-Persian Empire, the Greek Empire, and you have the Roman Empire. Those 4 empires are constantly suppressing the Jewish people. So since they're being suppressed, God raises up these 4 craftsmen, is what he refers to it. Now, one of the interpretations for the craftsman, if you click on it in your blue letter Bible, if you click on the word craftsman, is that it'll show you that it is skillful to destroy. And that's very applicable for what we're about to talk to. So you have these 4 Gentile nations that are suppressing the Jewish people. And so God allows these 4 craftsmen to go and destroy those 4 Gentile nations. And so those empires, those kingdoms, are going to be absolutely destroyed, and God's going to use those craftsmen as his instruments to break those horns, if you will, into pieces. So God has these craftsmen, and their specific job is to destroy these horns. Hopefully that makes sense. If it does, cool. It's a lot to digest, but what is interesting, I think, and important to remember, based upon verse 21, is verse 21 shows, it's a very clear depiction, and it's a great verse to go back to that basically shows that God is paying attention. He's paying attention to how the world is treating Israel. Because right now, if we just study the book of Isaiah, and Isaiah, I think it was like Isaiah 47, but I think it is Isaiah 47. If you want to go there real fast, just so I don't want to give you like the wrong passage, but I think, yeah, in Isaiah chapter 47, verse 6, in Isaiah chapter, hey, thank you, JT. In Isaiah chapter 47, verse 6, you see that they go into captivity, and the Babylonian captivity, they were harsh. They were very harsh on the Jewish people. And so God's like, hey, since you treated my people this way, you're going to get a taste of your own medicine, is the feel for the entire thing. And so when you couple that, Isaiah 47, verse 6, with Matthew 25, when you read Matthew 25, you see that during the tribulation, there's going to be some kind of judgment that is going to be given, and it's going to be based on how people treated the Jewish people during the tribulation. There's going to be people who are on the earth. I believe that the church is going to be removed sometime. I think that's going to be the next thing on the timeline, on the prophetic timeline. And I think that the rapture could be the thing that lights the fuse for this massive, like everything is just completely teetering. So everybody's like, what's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back? That's kind of like where we're all at right now in our world. So I believe the rapture could be that thing that basically ignites it all, and just everybody's freaking out, and everybody's like stressed to the max, and it's hot outside, and nobody's sleeping because they're stressed and paranoid and worried. So they just like push every red button. But it's just interesting to play these scenarios out. Like, nobody knows how it's actually going to play out. I'm just, projecting here. But anyways, if you look at Matthew 25, the people who are here on the earth that got left behind, they're going to be judged based on how they handled and how they treated God's people, because they are still God's people. And even in their worst times, even when the Jewish people were worshiping idols and doing all the things that you and I would be like, oh, that disqualifies you from being called God's people, that doesn't matter, because our opinion doesn't matter. God sees them as his people. These are my people. And so we'll talk about a little bit more about that as we progress throughout chapter 2. But it's just really interesting. So here in verse 21, Zechariah chapter 1, verse 21, what you see is that God is paying attention. And again, just to kind of shine a light on what Zechariah's name means, it means Yahweh will remember. Yahweh remembers. He remembers. And so again, that is important. He is paying attention. These things are being documented. All right. So that is Zechariah chapter 1. And we just completed those four verses. And this is going to go straight into chapter 2, verse 1. So, yeah, let me put you guys on pause, and I'm going to put you guys on pause for about 15 seconds, and then we will dive on into Zechariah chapter 2, and we got a lot to talk about. So it'll be fun, and give me like 15 seconds. I will be back in the blink of an eye, and we'll chat. We'll do Zechariah chapter 2. So hold, please. I will be back in the blink of an eye, and we'll chat. We'll do Zechariah chapter 2. So hold, please. All right. Hello. We're back. Hello, Angel. All right. If you guys are new here, we'll be right back after these messages. Yes, it's sheesh. Yeah, if you guys wanted to go check out I have a YouTube. I'm just catching up on some of the things. That was a fast pause. Well, good. There's a YouTube link. I upload all of these studies up on YouTube. If you are interested, if you go to my TikTok profile, there's a link there if you wanted to go check out. I upload these all up there. They're long videos, but I think you'll get a pretty good handle on an overall picture of the Bible. And I don't tell you guys what to think. I give you a way that I think, and I tell you on certain options on how other people think sometimes. And there's a lot of stuff. But it's been a fun journey. And if you've been here through it, then I'm sure you guys are probably growing just alongside with me, which is really fun. That's a fun visual to picture in my mind. But let's go ahead and get on into Zechariah chapter 2. But before we do, I want you guys to understand what I want you to know more than anything else. I want you to believe, Bridget with the 7. I'm on to you now. I am on to you now. Thank you. The one thing I want you to understand more than anything else, if you don't know a single thing in the world, this is the most important thing to understand. It is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. That is the only thing that you need to know right now. And that is there's only one way to, first off, and you need to understand that there's a lot of people who like to add to it, and there's people who take away from it. And so you need to be hyper aware of that reality. And so I believe that there's only one way, and that is by believing that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for you and for me, because you and I are sinners and we are under the death penalty. So he died on the cross, he took my place, he was buried, he rose again on the third day, and the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It doesn't say for whosoever goes to church and gives money to the poor and gives money to the church and becomes a missionary. It says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. So calling is a representation of you having faith in who you are calling to. Now, we can't see him, so calling is a representation of faith. And so when you think of faith and you bring that over to Ephesians chapter 2, verse 8 and 9, Paul says, for by grace are you saved through faith. It is for by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. So some people think that doing good things is necessary to be saved. I think, and I believe, you are saved first by faith and faith alone. When you're saved, you're saved. And then after that, you should do all the other things too. But in order to be justified, it is by faith alone. And I know many people will disagree with me on that, but that is the one thing that I'm going to die on. I'm going to die on that hill. But that's completely fine. I just want you to be mindful that there are people out there who will tell you something completely different. Yeah, just be aware. Just be aware of it. Daughter of the King. I'm scrolling way up here. Oh, and those horses are used during the tribulation after the Gog and Magog war, correct? After the tribulation. You know, that's difficult. They're probably, so it's just, you're seeing a pattern all throughout the scriptures, which is what I was kind of shining a light on for the majority of it, which is the point. Some people believe that those judgments are connected to the tribulation period, which is when the seals are going to be opened in Revelation chapter 6. So those horsemen are going to be unleashed, in a sense, during the tribulation. And so you asked about the Gog and Magog war, Ezekiel 38:39. You know, people have different beliefs on when the Gog and Magog war will occur. Some people think it'll happen before the rapture. Some people think it'll happen after the rapture. Some people think it's going to happen over here. So it really just comes down to your order of operations. So it's really difficult to explain that, in a sense. If I don't I don't know the instruments specifically that he's going to use, but these horns that we're talking about here in Zechariah are the world empires, and then the craftsmen are going to be the instruments that God's going to use to absolutely obliterate them. I don't know how what they look like, if they're the same, but there's going to be 4 and 4, and it's really difficult to be like, yes, you know, it's like, how do you do that? It's challenging, so I don't want to say that. So yeah, we'll see. Anyways, let's go ahead and get on into Zechariah chapter 2. Zechariah chapter 2. If you and just so you know, guys, I'm not a pastor. My dad's a pastor, so I get to ask him a lot of questions. He's blocked my number so many times now because I just keep calling him, and I'm just like, Dad, help. No, I'm totally kidding. He enjoys it, and he's only blocked me 3 times, and so I'm unblocked. It's just, you know, no, I'm totally kidding. But I'm just a student, and so I'm learning and I'm growing along with you guys. And it's a lot of fun, and hopefully you guys are just connecting things, and I know you guys are connecting things that I haven't, but this is some tough stuff. We're diving in the deep waters here. Zechariah, the book of Zechariah is considered by many to be one of the most difficult books in the Old Testament, which is remarkable. But again, with the book of Revelation, the thing about Zechariah, with it being apocalyptic in nature, the thing about Revelation, studying Revelation, if you study Revelation, anybody can read it, but nobody really can understand it unless they have a good handle on the rest of the Bible. Because if you tell somebody to read the book of Revelation and they've never read the Bible at all, they're just going to walk away with a bazillion questions. And so that's what's fun about Revelation. It really shines light on how well you know the Bible. And the same is true with Zechariah, because we are going all over the place in Zechariah, and it's shining a light on how well you know the Bible. And so if you're connecting, if I say a word and it makes you think over here and then you're over here, that's really cool, because that's how our minds should be working. And so that's what's fun about these studies. You should be connecting all kinds of dots as like these words should kind of just set off all kinds of, you know, sparks inside your mind when we're talking about things. And so anyways, let's go ahead and get on into Zechariah chapter 2. And now we're going to start this. But in Zechariah chapter 2, it says, then. So again, it starts off in verse 1. It says, then I raised my eyes and looked. So again, then, it's a continuation. There are 8 visions, that I believe there are 8 visions, and they are all one after another, and they're consecutive. So in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 1, it says, then I raised my eyes and looked, and behold, a man with a measuring line in his hand. This man, it says, and behold, a man with a measuring line in his hand. Now, some people believe that this man is an angel, and some people believe that this man is not only just an angel, but some people think that this is the angel of the Lord. So it's really fun, and you're getting quite a visual. But again, this is a vision that Zechariah is having, and he says, "Behold, a man." So he describes him as a man. Now this is what's so interesting about the entire thing, because when I say a man, your mind, hopefully, if you were here for all the other studies, should just start like connecting all kinds of dots. Because how could this be an angel of the Lord? Well, if you read Revelation chapter 5. John is crying and sobbing convulsively. Why? It's because he's looking around and there was no man in heaven, on earth, or under the earth that was worthy to open the scroll, right? And so then one of the elders comes up to him. He's like, hang on, John, there is a man. And that is where the kinsman redeemer comes into play. And there needed to be a kinsman redeemer. That's representation of our Jesus' redemptive work on the cross, the Goel. It's a really neat study. And so anyways, I'm not saying that this is Jesus. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying that this is most likely an angel in some kind of capacity. It's either an angel or it's the angel of the Lord, but in some way. Now, it's not too far off of a thought for Zechariah to be confused by this man, because there's many times in the Bible where angels appear all over Scripture, and they are referred to as a man, because angels show up. Now, we know that they're angels because we have hindsight, but a lot of people didn't know it during the time. Like there's all kinds of examples where they see a man, but you and I have the hindsight to understand that those men are not men at all. They are angels. And it's an interesting study when you dive into it, because angels have the capacity to actually turn into a man, but demons do not. Demons need to possess something. And so they're at a like a disadvantage in a roundabout way. I don't know if that's the correct word, but the idea should be getting through. Angels can materialize, and they showed up when Jesus was, when in the Old Testament, when Jesus showed up, he had 2 angels with him. They were just walking. There's 2 men with him. Like, who are those 2 dudes? You see that, in Sodom and Gomorrah, you see the angels turning, they were men. They wanted the men. They were angels. Bad move, guys. But angels have the ability to become a man. And so my point here is, in Zechariah 2 verse 1, is that Zechariah says a man with a measuring line in his hand. So my point is getting you to understand that this is most likely not a human being. This is most likely an angel in some kind of capacity. And this angel is in human form, and it seems that he's going to be preparing for the temple, because he says a man with a measuring line in his hand. Now, a measuring line. This is a phrase that is often used throughout, like, there's certain phrases in the Bible that you pay attention to. Like, for example, so far, one of the ones that you probably keyed in on is to and fro. We talked about that last time. To and fro. Where are you coming from? I'm coming to and fro. And your mind pretty much goes straight to Job, because that's what God asked Job. Where are you coming from? I was coming to and fro. But then in Zechariah chapter 1, the angels say I'm coming to and fro. So my point here is you're seeing these patterns all over the place. The same is true in Zechariah chapter 2 verse 1, because he says a man with a measuring line. So let's go to Ezekiel chapter 40. Ezekiel chapter 40. And so if you have looked into Ezekiel at all, you know the toughest chapters to cover are most likely Ezekiel chapter 40 to the end of the book. Ezekiel chapter 40 to chapter 48. Very difficult, very hard to, like, how do you explain something that you've never seen before? Because it's all about the millennial temple. And it is challenging just reading it and trying to visualize it and being like, well, this is going to be here and this is here. And that's one reason why I'm just like, not Ezekiel. Anyways, in Ezekiel chapter 40 verse 5, in Ezekiel chapter 40 verse 5, we're talking about the millennial temple here. So again, Ezekiel chapter 40 verse 5, we're referencing the temple that is yet future. In Ezekiel 40 verse 5, it says this: now there was a wall around the outside of the temple. In the man's hand was a measuring rod, 6 cubits long. And so there you have it. You have the temple, you have the man, and then you have the measuring rod. You have the man, the temple, the measuring rod. The measuring rod, the temple, the man. Then when you go back to Zechariah chapter 2 and verse 1, you have the man. We know that it's going to be talking about the temple, and he has a measuring line. So it's all 3 of those aspects are there. And it's not only there, but maybe some of your guys' minds already have been jumping ahead, and if you did, then awesome. Let's go to Revelation chapter 11. Because in Revelation chapter 11, you have this whole situation where these 2 witnesses are going to come to the earth. And so this is going to be happening during the tribulation period. Now, what's interesting is that about the 2 witnesses, the whole thing is that people kind of are speculating on who they are. Some people believe that it's Elijah and Enoch. I personally believe that it is Elijah and Moses, because if you study the powers that these 2 witnesses unleash, it's synonymous with what Elijah did, and it's synonymous with what Moses did. And so that's just, projection. It doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. It really doesn't matter. We're just studying, and we're studying the future, which is cool. Like, that's pretty neat, right? And so anyways, Revelation chapter 11 verse 1 and 2 is what I want to focus your attention on here. In Revelation chapter 11 verse 1, what's up, Neo the Pig? Hello, Alton and Jan. In Revelation chapter 11, verse 1, it says, then I was given a reed like a measuring rod, and the angel stood, saying, rise and measure the temple of God, the altar and those who worship there. But leave out the court which is outside the temple, and do not measure it, for it has been given to the Gentiles. And they will tread the holy city underfoot for 42 months. So anyways, you have the measuring rod, measuring line, and you have the temple aspect being there, right there. And then he was given the measuring rod. That measuring rod, I think, just looking at it real fast, I think he was talking, I think this angel was talking to John and telling John to do this. And that's just something I just was looking at. So you have the man aspect as well. So my point here is you have the man, you have the measuring rod, and you have the temple. All three connected: Ezekiel, Zechariah, Revelation, all talking about the temple. And so here in Zechariah chapter 2, moving on, in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 1, in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 1, it says, "Then I raised my eyes and looked, and behold, a man with a measuring line in his hand. So I said, 'Where are you going?' And he said to me, 'To measure Jerusalem, to see what is its width and what is its length.'" So in verse 2, this is a vision of Jerusalem, and this is about Jerusalem's, kind of like what we talked about when we were going through Isaiah. This is a vision of Jerusalem's enlargement. And verse 4 through 13 is going to speak more on this. But what's interesting about Jerusalem, the whole idea of Jerusalem's enlargement, is that back in the Old Testament, the old city of Jerusalem was small. And so now in our world today, Jerusalem has grown. And so it's fascinating seeing this kind of stuff. Why is it enlarging? Now, one reason is because people are going to be coming back into it. There's going to be need for room for all these people, all these nations to come into it, and it's just really fascinating seeing. So it needs to get bigger. And so it was smaller back in the day, and now it's bigger. And so now we go to verse 3, and it's Zechariah chapter 2, verse 3. In Zechariah chapter 2, verse 3, it says, "And there was the angel who talked with me going out, and another angel was coming out to meet him." And so God is telling Israel that Jerusalem will be rebuilt. That is essentially the idea of what so far that we've unpacked. God is telling Zechariah is telling Israel that Jerusalem will be rebuilt. And it is something, again, from the Jewish point of view, they had their heads down. They thought God had forsaken them, that God had forgotten them. But again, remember, Zechariah, who is a prophet and a priest, his name means Yahweh remembers. God is not forgetting. Israel, Jerusalem will be rebuilt. And so now let's get to verse 4. And as we get into verse 4, we're going to be entering into the millennial kingdom. The millennial kingdom, it's really fascinating. And this is what's so challenging about this entire book, is that it bounces back and forth. Some of it seems to be applicable then, but also it seems to be applicable in the future. So it kind of has the same flavor to the entire thing, just like how Isaiah was. And so it's challenging. This is tough. Like, this is why it took me like 3 hours just for these 13 verses. But in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 14, I'm sorry. In Zechariah chapter 2, verse 4, in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 4, it says this, who said to him, "Run, speak to this young man, saying, Jerusalem shall be inhabited as towns without walls, because of the multitude of men and livestock in it." So here in verse 4, it says a town without walls. Now, without walls is something that should kind of spark something in your mind, because it's mentioned, this is another phrase that's mentioned throughout Scripture, without walls, without walls, without walls. This is basically speaking on vulnerability. And it's also interesting because it's mentioned in Ezekiel. Again, we're going back to Ezekiel, but this time it's in Ezekiel 38, and it's in 39. I forget exactly where it is in 39, but in Ezekiel 38, Ezekiel 38 verse 11, and Ezekiel chapter 38 verse 11, Ezekiel 38 verse 11, it says this, "You will say, I will go up against the land of unwalled villages. I will go to a peaceful people who dwell safely, all of them dwelling without walls, and having neither bars nor gates, to take plunder and to take booty, to stretch out your hand against the waste places that are again inhabited, and against the people gathered from the nations." And then it goes on. My point here is to get you to see without walls. Pay attention to the words because they have meaning, and it's kind of cool to pay attention to the pattern. But that is just something that I wanted to kind of shine a light on, this without walls, this town without walls. So let's go back to Zechariah chapter 2, verse 5. In Zechariah chapter 2, verse 5, it says this, "For I, says the Lord, will be a wall of fire all around her, and I will be the glory in her midst." Now, this is interesting. So in verse 4, you see that it's going to be a town without walls. So there's not going to be a physical wall there. But then in verse 5, God says that he will be the wall. So there's no physical wall, but there is God as the wall. And so that's the kind of the picture. There's going to be a town, no walls around it. But in verse 5, it says, "For I, says the Lord, will be a wall of fire around her, and I will be the glory in her midst." So you have the contrast of the wall there. Physical wall, spiritual wall. It is that kind of picture there. But in verse 5, it says, "For I, says the Lord, will be a wall of fire around her, and I will be the glory in her midst." So let's talk on where it says the wall of fire. The wall of fire. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 66 real quick. And this should kind of ring a bell because we just completed Isaiah a couple days ago. But in Isaiah chapter 66, verse 15, talking about fire. We're talking about fire, this wall of fire that God is going to be. In Isaiah chapter 66, verse 15, Isaiah 66, verse 15, Isaiah says, "For behold, the Lord will come with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire." This wall of fire around her. It's crazy to think about this. But what's also interesting is if we go to this really, really neat passage in 2 Kings chapter 6. Go to 2 Kings chapter 6. In 2 Kings chapter 6, you have this whole situation where Elisha is completely surrounded. He is completely surrounded by the enemies of Israel, in a sense, and his servant is completely freaking out. And so his servant is like pulling on Elisha's, garments and being like, "Oh my goodness, we're all gonna die." And Elisha is just standing there, calm, cool, and collected. And so let's read 2 Kings chapter 6, verse 15. In 2 Kings 6, verse 15, it says this, "And when the servant of the man of God arose early and went out, there was an army surrounding the city with horses and chariots. And his servant said to him, 'Alas, my master, what shall we do?' So he answered, 'Do not fear, for those who are with us are more than those who are with them.' And Elisha prayed and said, 'Lord, I pray, open his eyes, that he may see.' Then the Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw. And behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha." This is crazy. Like, this is so neat because, like, I mean, this was true back then, right? This was true back then. It's true today. And what I mean by that is this is a spiritual warfare going on. Now, Elisha, he had this very specific role, and we get a lot of details about him. But this is such a neat visual for our minds because you and I are that servant. We are that guy who's just like running around like with his chicken cut off, like a head cut off, right? Like a chicken with his head cut off. My goodness. And so it's just so fascinating thinking about this because that was true back then. It was natural for that man to freak out and just like, "Oh my goodness, we're all going to die." But it's still true today. And so, this whole spiritual warfare in Ephesians chapter 6, put on the full armor of God. Like, it's not just a good thing to say and a good verse to know. It's something you need to do. It is a very serious instruction. It is a command. It is to put on the full armor of God. If you're sleeping, if you're in the military and I wake you up and I kick on your bed and I'm like, start screaming and yelling at you, get your stuff, you know, and like go off, and I'm like, there's somebody outside, we got to go. You're going to just listen to me and just obey, right? That's how it's designed. And so it's a command. We need to be doing this kind of stuff, but we take it very lightly as if it's not a real thing. This stuff that we're talking about, it's not just stories. It's not just like, fun things to learn and it's all fine and dandy. This is a very real thing that we are dealing with here. But what's interesting, going back to Zechariah chapter 2, in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 5, in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 5, it says, "For I, says the Lord, will be a wall of fire around her, and I will be the glory in her midst." Now, what's interesting about that is that God is saying, I will be the glory in her midst. Now, her is, obviously representation of Jerusalem. And so he it's just funny how if you have a boat, like I'll be like, how fast does she go? Right? Like, oh, when did you buy her? Like that's just like common language. But here it's just funny. You see God refer to Jerusalem as her, and you can kind of go off on that, like the wife, whatever. But I want to talk about how he says in verse 5, he says, I will be the glory in her midst. Because what we talked about last time is, you remember the glory physically left them. And we read that last time in Ezekiel chapter 10. Because in Ezekiel chapter 10, what you see is you have this picture of the temple. And it's wonderful, it's glorious, it's a magnificent, right? And so what you see is, I want you to picture the door of the temple, and you see, like if I'm inside, like you see the Shekinah glory, you see the glory of the Lord go to the doorpost and just sit there for a little bit. And then you see the glory come out, and then he starts moving around, and then he goes up and he sits on a hill and he hovers over there. And then it's like he's not wanting to go. And then he kind of lingers around. And then after he goes here, he goes here, he goes here. And then after he finally goes to where he wants to go, he then goes up. And then he's gone. That is the picture that you get in Ezekiel chapter 10. My point here is that the glory left the temple. Now that is very interesting. That glory that we just got done talking about, that left in Ezekiel chapter 10, did not come back when the second temple was built. In the first temple, that glory was there. But then it left, and it went up to heaven. The second temple is then built in the future. There was none of that glory that was there. Now, what's fascinating about it is that there was something better. Jesus himself was physically in that temple. Remarkable, so much better, right, than a cloud. That was representation, the Shekinah glory, as some people, the cloud by day and the fire by night, that's representation of the Shekinah, the cloud that goes into the temple, where that cloud goes, whatnot. So it's just really interesting. But that glory didn't return in the second temple. Now the question is, why did that glory not return in the second temple? Let's go to Matthew. Let's go to Matthew chapter 12. Matthew chapter 12, verse... Let's go to Matthew chapter 12, verse 6. In Matthew chapter 12, verse 6, it says this, "Yet I say to you," this is Jesus talking. Jesus says in Matthew 12, verse 6, Jesus says, "Yet I say to you, that in this place there is one greater than the temple." Now, if you, just the way that came across to a Jewish mind in the first century had to have just been absolutely just mind-melting. What do you mean one is greater than the temple? They couldn't get their minds wrapped around that. What do you mean there's one greater than the temple? That doesn't make any sense. But that's obviously because they couldn't recognize who Jesus was. Even though the Jewish people had all of the stuff back in the Old Testament, everything was prophesying about Jesus, 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 Jesus. And then when Jesus finally showed up and was talking to them, they couldn't even see it. And so obviously that's when the rejection happened. They were blind in part because they missed the time of their visitation. Then the time of the Gentiles came in, or not, that's not how it works. The time of the Gentiles came in. They showed up. He was willing to bring the kingdom in. They refused him. They rejected him. And so then it continues on. The Gentiles are grafted in. And so here we are. We are here to provoke them to jealousy. And that is going to continue. They will be blind in part until the fullness of the Gentiles comes in. And that's talked about in Romans chapter 11, verse 25. And so there's this sequence of events, this order of operations, if you will, and it's very fascinating. But what's interesting about the glory, going back to Zechariah chapter 2, verse 5, the glory in the midst of her, God says, I will be the glory in the midst of her. Now, what's cool about that is that there is coming a day when that glory will return. There's coming a day in the future when that glory will return to the temple. And so let's go to Ezekiel again. We're in Ezekiel a lot tonight. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 48. Ezekiel chapter 48, verse 35. The very last verse in Ezekiel. So in Ezekiel chapter 48, verse 35, and Ezekiel chapter 48, verse 35, in Ezekiel 48, verse 35, it says this, all the way around shall be 18,000 cubits. And the name of the city from that day shall be, the Lord is there. That's talking about, this is obviously talking about during the millennial kingdom, but what's so fascinating is that there's coming a day to where this city that we just read about in Ezekiel 48, there's coming a day when that city will be called, the Lord is there. Now that's really neat. Like, I mean, that's yet future, obviously, but how cool is it that this is what they have to look forward to? This is what the Jewish people have to look forward to. Like, they have no idea. You know, it's really interesting to understand, like, these people, like the Jewish people are extremely intelligent, right? Like, but like they're very smart, but they're completely ignorant at the same time. Very prideful, very loud and boisterous and, you know, whatever. But it's just interesting that shows, like, it really is amazing to consider that it's not about how smart you are. And I need you guys to understand that. Like, it is not about how intelligent you actually are. Because, you know, and Paul is such a good example of that. Because in Philippians, Paul basically gives you his entire resume. And when you remember who Paul was, he was a Hebrew of Hebrews. He was a Pharisee of Pharisees. He was completely blameless according to the law. He was everything. He was right up there with the smartest people ever during his time. And he's like, I threw all of that away. He's like, I don't care about any of that. I am only going to preach to you Jesus. I came to you knowing nothing but Jesus and him crucified. That's what he tells us in Corinthians. And it's so interesting to just understand that it's not how awesome you think you are. It is about what you're doing for the Lord. If you're born again, awesome. Amen, right? But what are you doing? What are you doing with it? What are you doing? You have been given the ability to learn and to educate yourself. And if you're allowing the stuff that we're talking about here to soak into your mind, awesome. What are you doing with it? Thank you, Bridget. Okay, so very cool stuff. Important to understand. But man, okay, so let's get back to Zechariah. We're in Zechariah. Let's go to Zechariah chapter 6. I'm sorry, Zechariah chapter 2, verse 6. So in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 6, and we'll read verse 6 and 7. Zechariah chapter 2, verse 6 and 7 says, Up, up, flee from the land of the north, says the Lord. For I have spread you abroad like the four winds of heaven, says the Lord. Up, Zion, escape, you who dwell with the daughter of Babylon. So it's interesting, again, because here we have another four. There's the four winds of heaven. Now it's fascinating, like all throughout, you know, just how you see 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. It's all over the place. You see 12 all over the place. You see 70 all over the place. You see 490 all over the place. You see 4. Now you're seeing 4 all over the place. Just something to pay attention to. It is there for a reason. But what verse 6 and 7, God is telling them, he speaks first to the Jewish exiles in Babylon. Because in verse 6, he says, up, up, flee from the land of the north. So he's talking to the Jewish exiles that are in Babylon, and then he'll speak to those who returned to Zion or to Jerusalem, whatever you want to call it. And he's going to be addressing the 50,000. Because remember, when the Jewish people, when Cyrus went in and he took over Babylon, he freed the Jewish people. But there were only 50,000 Jewish people who went back to Jerusalem. So the majority of people stayed in Babylon, because there's more than 50,000 people. And so, because they were there for 70, they were there for 70 years. And so 50,000 of them went back to Jerusalem, but that means that there were still people that decided to stay in Babylon. So he says in verse 6, he says, up, up, flee from the land of the north, says the Lord, for I have spread you abroad like the four winds of heaven, says the Lord. Up, Zion, escape, you who dwell with the daughter of Babylon. He's telling them to get out. And so let's go to Isaiah. Let's go to Isaiah. Well, in verse 7, he says, escape you who dwell with the daughter of Babylon. So he's basically calling on them to come out of her. He's calling for the Jewish people to come out of Babylon. Now, it's fascinating because when you use the phrase "come out of her, Babylon," come out of Babylon, come out of Babylon, it's very connected to the other places that Babylon is mentioned all throughout the Bible. We talked about it when we were going through the book of Isaiah, that if you wanted to study Babylon and you get a better idea or a better handle on it, you can read Isaiah 13 and 14. You can read Jeremiah 50 and 51. And then you can also read Revelation 17 and 18. And it's, you learn a lot about Babylon, but time and time again, come out of Babylon, come out of Babylon. We know that there's a day yet future to where Babylon physically is going to be absolutely annihilated. And that is going to happen sometime. Could be in the near future. Who knows? It is crazy. But let's go to Isaiah chapter 11 real quick. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 11. Isaiah chapter 11. And let's read this passage that we read before, but we're going to read it again. In Isaiah chapter 11, verse 11. In Isaiah chapter 11, verse 11, Isaiah chapter 11, verse 11, it says this, it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people who are left from Assyria and Egypt, from Pathros, Cush, Elam, Shinar, from Hamath and the islands of the sea. Verse 12, Isaiah 11, verse 12, it says, he will set up a banner for the nations and will assemble the outcasts of Israel and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Now, this is very interesting. This passage, it really makes me wonder, like, hey, is this it? Is this it? When was the first time? When was the second time? Because here in Isaiah chapter 11, verse 11, God says, he's like, I'm going to do this again the second time. So the first time seems to be what could be relating to the Exodus when he had all of his people. It could be that, or it could be what we just read in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 1 through 7, and that is when God is calling his people out. So who knows what the actual events are relating to? What we know is that it applies to one of them, because he's going to bring them together and recover them a second time, and we know that second time is going to be during they're all going to be gathered back into the land, and that's going to be happening more and more. We're seeing that being fulfilled in our life today, which is remarkable. Anyways, the point is, the Jewish people, their history, they were all together, and then they were wandering through the wilderness, and then they got into captivity. They went into Babylon. Then then some of them dispersed. Some of them went over here. And then you see them spread. Then you see the four empires constantly dispersing them. Disperse, and scatter. And then you see the Roman Empire going in, defeating Jerusalem, destroying the temple. And that's when the diaspora really just went all over the place, because then all the Jewish people were kicked out of the land. And so then people are all over the place. And so then in the 1900s, the Jewish people started trickling back to the land. And then in 1948, they had enough Jewish people there in the land to be like, hey, this is our nation now. This is our land, which it never wasn't their land. It's just, you know, titles, man's titles. And so then 1948, Israel was born. And then into the future, all the Jewish people are slowly trickling back in, slowly trickling back in, slowly trickling back in. And that's the picture that you have. And that's Israel in a nutshell. It's just fascinating studying Israel. It's just crazy. Okay. But let's go to Zechariah chapter 2. Zechariah chapter 2, verse, where are we at? Verse 8. Zechariah chapter 2, verse 8. In Zechariah chapter 2, verse 8, it says this, "For thus says the Lord of hosts, he sent me after glory to the nations which plunder you. For he who touches you touches the apple of his eye." Okay, now this verse is crazy. First off, let's start it from the top. In verse 8, it says, "For thus says the Lord of hosts." Now, Lord of hosts, I told you that that title, Lord of hosts, it's a military type of title, because this is talking about how he is in charge of the armies of heaven. And so we talked about it before, and I don't mean to make a big thing of it, but God uses a title that he needs to bring a point home. Like we talked about how sometimes he's like, hey, I'm the Prince of Peace. Why is he using that? Hey, I am faithful and true. Hey, he uses these names to kind of portray what is actually going on in that specific situation. But all throughout Zechariah, you see the one title that is used the majority of the time is the Lord of hosts, which is a very serious, I mean, if you're, that's a big deal, right? Like, this is serious stuff. He says, "For thus says the Lord of hosts, the Lord of all the armies of heaven." My goodness. And then it goes on in verse 8, it says, "He sent me." So there you have two personages of the Trinity. You have God the Father. He sent me, God the Son. God the Father sent God the Son after glory to the nations which plundered you. For he who touches you touches the apple of his eye. These people who are treating Israel poorly, the nations that are coming against him, the ones who are doing all of these things and are anti-Israel and all this stuff, like, God is up there and he's like, okay, yep, okay, okay, yep, okay. And he's like taking note. He who keeps Israel does not slumber nor he sleeps. And it's just fascinating. He is watchful. He's mindful of Israel, and he refers to them as the apple of his eye. Now, this is not the first place where that phrase is actually used, because if we go to Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 10, in Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 10, Deuteronomy 32:10, it says this, "He found him in a desert land and in the wasteland, a howling wilderness. He encircled him. He instructed him. He kept him as the apple of his eye." Now, that is important to understand, because that is talking about, it's referencing Israel, him, the apple of his eye. But that's in Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 10, but it's also mentioned again in Psalm 17, verse 8. Let's go to Psalm 17, verse 8. Psalm 17, verse 8. In Psalm 17, verse 8, it says this. Psalm 17, verse 8. This is David's prayer here in Psalm 17, verse 8. It says, "Keep me as the apple of your eye. Hide me under the shadow of your wings." The apple of his eye. David, representation of Israel, the son of David, right? Like, obviously, we can see all the connections that are going on there. But what's also interesting about seeing how God views Israel and how he relates to Israel as being the apple of his eye, that's a very serious indictment. And also another way that God views Israel, let's go to Isaiah 62. Isaiah chapter 62, just again, talking about how God views Israel, because it's important to understand if God himself views a certain people this way, then how much more should we do it, right? So in Isaiah chapter 62, verse 3, in Isaiah chapter 62, verse 3, it says this, "You shall also be a crown of glory in the hand of the Lord, and a royal diadem in the hand of your God. So Israel is going to be displayed. When we went through this, we talked about how Israel is going to be like, you know, how like a king will showcase his crown. Like when you walk into the palace and there's like that little thing and it's got all the laser beams and it's under all kinds of security, and right in the middle of all the laser beams and the cage comes down, you know, and the Pink Panther tries to steal the crown. You know, like you see that glass box, and in the middle of the glass box is displayed the crown. That is how the picture that you see here on, and this is all how the Bible describes Israel. And so a royal diadem, it's talking about the turban, like the turban of the high priests. The high priest had specific garb to wear. And it's just fun to see this. But this is how God views Israel, and it's important to understand that it is how God views Israel. It doesn't matter how you view it or how I view it. What we need to care about is how God views it, and then we need to change our mind, repent on how He sees things, and align with how He views things. Christina, hello, thank you. Okay, so let's thank you, Christina. Thank you so much. So that is what is going on there in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 8. The apple of his eye, man. And it's fascinating because you see it, you know, with all this in mind and understanding that the world is a dark place and it's getting darker and darker and darker and darker. And it's just like, what can I do? Like, what can I do? I feel so hopeless. I feel so helpless. Like I can't do anything. Like if I could fix the world, I would. Well, the first thing you need to acknowledge is that you're not going to be able to. That's number one. You can't do it. Number two, we already know that the world's going to get worse and worse because Paul told us that. Men will wax worse and worse. They will be lovers of themselves, boasters, you know, disobedient to parents, you know, having the form of godliness but denying its power. All of these things, we know it's going to get worse and worse. And so since we understand that we cannot fix it because the collision course that it's set on, you can't change it. And so since you can't change it, since we know what's going to happen is going to happen no matter what we do, what we can do is we can try to save as many people as we can. And that is by telling them the gospel that Jesus died on the cross, that He was buried, that He rose again on the third day, and for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It is for by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so it's so fascinating to see how all these nations are coming against Israel. It's all over the place. You have Lebanon, you have Gaza, or Hamas. Hamas just got another leader that they just elected overnight. And it's just fascinating learning about this guy because this dude is known for literally unaliving people with his bare hands. And so this is the guy who is now in charge of Hamas, like the remnant of Hamas. And so it's fascinating seeing all this stuff. So you have Hamas going against Israel, you have Lebanon, Hezbollah, you have Iraq, you have Iran, you have the Houthis, all of these nations. And then all while Iran is flying all kinds of weapon shipments back and forth to Sudan, which is fascinating. All while Russia is flying stuff into Iran. It's just like this circular, like, moving of weapons around. And what they're doing is they are setting up a circle of fire all around Israel, and at some point in the future all of these armies are going to come against Israel, and that is when God is going to intervene, and that is going to result in the Gog and Magog war. But you know, that's going to be kicked off when Russia physically gets involved. Russia is just supplying the weapons and stuff like that at this point, but Russia, Turkey, Iran, Sudan, Libya, it's fascinating seeing this stuff unfold in front of our eyes. And it's remarkable because this is the apple of God's eye. This is the apple of His eye. And it is crazy to see this kind of stuff. It is so crazy. And I'm like, can you imagine going up to your buddy and just poking him right in the eye? He'd be ticked off, and then you'd be rolling on the ground just fighting and stuff like that. Like, that's just a normal thing, right? But anyways, let's move on to verse 9. Zechariah chapter 2, verse 9. Zechariah chapter 2, verse 9, it says, "For surely I will shake my hand against them, and they shall become spoil for their servants. Then you will know that the Lord of hosts has sent me." Ooh, so in verse 9 it says, "For surely I will shake my hand against them." Now this shaking of the hand that he said, this is a threatening gesture, and it's often used throughout the Bible. It's we went over this a while back, but let's go to Isaiah again. Let's go back to Isaiah. In Isaiah 11, going back to Isaiah 11, verse 15, in Isaiah 11, verse 15, Isaiah 11, verse 15, it says, the Lord will utterly destroy the tongue of the sea of Egypt. With his mighty wind, he will shake his fist over the river and strike it in the 7 streams and make men cross over dry shod. Now, you see this visual of shaking the fist. It's connected to shaking of my hand, but it's a very threatening type of gesture, because in going back to Zechariah chapter 2, verse 9, he says, for surely I will shake my hand against them, and they shall become spoil for their servants. And then it says this phrase, which is really remarkable, because it says, then you will know. Now, if you were here for the other studies, this should sound rather familiar to you, because it says, then you will know that the Lord of hosts, again, Lord of hosts, there's that title, very serious stuff. It's like, somebody's not going to identify them to be in some position of authority unless they have to, right? Like, if you know a high-ranking military personnel, or if you know like FBI or CIA or whatever, they're not going to knock on your door and be like, hey, like, my name's Jim, but if they're there on serious business, they're going to identify themselves in a certain authoritative kind of way. And that's what God is doing here by using this title, because this is such a serious title. He says, I am the Lord of hosts. So he says in verse 9, he says, then you will know. Now, that phrase, then you will know, is echoed time and time again in the book of Ezekiel. Then you will know that I am the Lord. Then you will know that I am the Lord. Tamara, hey, thank you. Then you will know. And so that's the most used phrase in the entire book of Ezekiel. It's remarkable. But here you're seeing it in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 9. Then you will know that the Lord of hosts has sent me. So again, there's 2 people out of the 3 in the Trinity. You have God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Zechariah chapter 2, verse 9, the Lord of hosts, God the Father, has sent me, God the Son. God the Father, God the Son, in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 9. Very interesting stuff. So let's move to Zechariah chapter 2, verse 10. In Zechariah chapter 2, verse 10, it says, sing and rejoice, O daughter of Zion. For behold, I am coming, and I will dwell in your midst, says the Lord. Now, what's interesting about this in verse 10 is that it says, sing and rejoice, O daughter of Zion. So you have the daughter of Zion here in verse 10, and it's in contrast with verse 7. If you go back to Zechariah chapter 2, verse 7, it says, escape you who dwell with the daughter of Babylon. So you have 2 daughters, daughter of Zion, daughter of Babylon. Now, what's interesting about that is, we've talked about this before, the Bible is a tale of 2 cities in a roundabout way. You have a tale that, like, it's about Babylon or it's about Jerusalem. It's in contrast with one another. And it's, you can see that kind of all over the place. But you have the daughter of Babylon, you have the daughter of Zion. Hey, thank you, Yogi. And it is just really interesting to see this, but you also have the Antichrist kingdom, or you have Jesus Christ kingdom. And you just have it like this contrast, like this stark contrast all throughout Scripture. So here in verse 10 it says, sing and rejoice, O daughter of Zion, for behold, I am coming, and I will dwell in your midst, says the Lord. Then it goes on to verse 11, it says, and many nations shall be joined to the Lord in that day, and they shall become my people, and I will dwell in your midst. Then you will know that the Lord of hosts has sent me to you. Okay, so this verse, I stayed here on this verse for a while, because I was really working through this, because it was making my mind hurt, and maybe I was making it harder than what it had to be. But it says in verse 11, Zechariah chapter 2, verse 11, it says, many nations shall be joined to the Lord in that day, and they shall become my people. So we're just going to stop right there in verse 11. Many nations shall be joined to the Lord in that day, and they shall become my people. Now, here's where it gets interesting. In verse 11, it says many nations. Now, if you've been here for the other studies, you know that God always contrasts Israel to the nations. It's always Israel, and then the nations. Israel is on its own, and then everybody else is considered the nations. And so that's very interesting to make that connection. So here, this is why it's messing with me. It says, many nations shall be joined. Joined. So with the idea of nations equaling the Gentiles, because that's how it works, many Gentiles, many peoples, many nations shall be joined to the Lord in that day, and they shall become my people. Now, this is why it's so interesting, because it says my people. Now, who, when you're reading the Bible, if somebody said, if you hear that God said, hey, if I just came up to you and I'm like, hey, who are God's people? If God said, these are my people, who would you automatically associate that to? Who would the people be that you would say that God is referring to? You would probably say that God is referring to Israel. And that's what I would say as well. And that's why I was having such a interesting time with this verse. Because it says in verse 11, many nations, Gentiles, shall be joined. Joined. These Gentile nations shall be joined to the Lord in that day, and they shall become my people. It's fascinating. So the nations is talking about the Gentiles, and my people is normally used towards the Jews, but here it also includes the Gentiles. And so that is very fascinating to me. So it's very interesting, but it's also, okay, let's go back to Isaiah. So we were in Isaiah before. Let's go to Isaiah 19. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 19, because this language has been used before in a way that is really provocative, because it's okay. So in Isaiah chapter 19 verse 24, so I want you to remember the phrase my people, because we typically associate my people as being directed towards the Jewish people, but keep my people in your mind, and let's read Isaiah 19 verse 24. In Isaiah 19 verse 24, it says this: in that day Israel will be one of three with Egypt and Assyria, a blessing in the midst of the land. Okay, this is so crazy. Israel is going to be one out of the three. So you're going to have Israel, Egypt, and Assyria, right? That's what Isaiah 19 verse 24 is talking about. And it says that they're going to be a blessing in the midst of the land. Now, if you look at Egypt and Assyria right now, that is not the way it is. Like, this is yet future, what we're reading about in Isaiah 19. Fascinating stuff. But also, when you look at Israel, like it's easy to focus on Egypt and Assyria, but let's focus on Israel, because here in Isaiah 19 verse 24, Israel is a hot mess. The majority of the people over in Israel do not acknowledge Jesus as Lord and Savior. They are lost people. And so it's just interesting, because it's easy to be like, oh, Egypt and Assyria, man, that's crazy. We need to associate. It's crazy that Israel is so lost too, because they're all lost. But sometime in the future, they're going to be a blessing in the midst of the land. So let's read Isaiah 19 verse 24 through 25. In Isaiah 19 through 24, it says, in that day Israel will be one of three with Egypt and Assyria, a blessing in the midst of the land, whom the Lord of hosts shall bless, saying this: blessed is Egypt, my people. I mean, that's just crazy. Blessed is Egypt, my people. That is crazy. He's referring to Egypt, and he's calling them his people. What? And then it goes on and it says, in Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel, my inheritance. I mean, it's just so interesting, because you have all of like these thoughts, like what's going on? Who are these people? What's actually happening here? Okay, so let's go back to Zechariah chapter 2, verse 11. In Zechariah chapter 2, verse 11, aren't we drafted in as Israel? No, we did not replace Israel. There are some people who teach a replacement theology. You need to be so careful. That is so wrong. The church has not replaced Israel. You can refer to us as spiritual Israel, but we are not physical Israel. There's a big distinction there, and it's important to understand the difference there. But no, the church did not replace it. We are to provoke them to jealousy. We are here for a certain period, and then we are going to be removed, and then Israel's going to be back on the center stage. But anyways, Zechariah chapter 2, verse 11. Going back to Zechariah chapter 2, verse 11, it says, "Many nations shall be joined to the Lord in that day, and they shall become my people." So what is that day? It says, it says, "Many nations shall be joined to the Lord in that day." When is that day? Well, if you go back to verse 10, it says, "In the day when the Lord dwells among them." So so in verse 10 it says, "I will dwell in your midst." So that's talking about that day. So it says in verse 11, so it could say this in verse 11, it says, "Many nations shall be joined to the Lord when the Lord dwells in their midst, and they shall become my people." So this is yet future. Obviously, this is going to happen during the millennial kingdom. So when the Lord is dwelling in their midst, these nations shall be joined to the Lord when he is dwelling in their midst, and they shall become his people. Fascinating stuff. But this also is, you can't really talk about this kind of stuff because this is one of those things where, if you go to Acts chapter 15, we talked about this when we covered the book of Acts. Acts chapter 15 is really fascinating. In Acts chapter 15, you have this council at Jerusalem because in Acts chapter 15, if you want to turn there, in Acts chapter 15, the Jewish people, so the church is born in Acts chapter 2. The church was born in Acts chapter 2. The founding fathers of the church were Jewish. And so these disciples, they are basically spreading the gospel all over the place. And if you read Acts chapter 1, verse 7 or something, or 8, before Jesus ascends into heaven, he tells them, he's like, hey, go to Jerusalem, go to Judea, go to Samaria, and then go to the ends of the earth. And so that's what the Jewish people do. They run all over the place, and they go all to the Jewish first, to the Samaritans, and then to the Gentiles. And so in Acts chapter 15, you have this council where all of the Jewish people are together. And they are conflicted because they're like, hey guys, how do we talk to these Gentiles? How do we tell people who are not Jewish how to be saved? And so that was the conflict. And so this huge struggle was they were arguing back and forth, and they were trying to figure it out. And so you read Acts chapter 15, and what you see is Peter in Acts chapter 15, verse 7. In Acts chapter 15, verse 7, it says this, "And when there had been much dispute, Peter rose up and said to them, 'Men and brethren, you know that a good while ago God chose among us, that by my mouth the Gentiles should hear the word of the gospel and believe.'" Notice the lack of baptism being referenced here, water baptism. It's not about that. It's about believing, hearing the word of the gospel and believe. Oof. So, and then he goes on and he says, "So God, who knows the heart, acknowledged them by giving them the Holy Spirit, just as he did to us, and made no distinction between us and them, purifying their hearts by faith." So what Peter is essentially doing here is he's telling us about what happened back in Acts chapter 10. If you go back and if you read Acts chapter 10, you have this whole story where you learn that Peter went to a guy named Cornelius. Now, Cornelius was a guy who was a Gentile. And that's really interesting to think about, because when Peter, who is a Jew, goes to a Gentile, and he tells this Gentile who never once listened to all of the commandments, he didn't do all of these things, he didn't obey all the ordinance, he didn't do the Sabbath, he didn't do the feast of the Lord. And so Peter tells this Gentile, this filthy Gentile, gross, he tells this Gentile and all the people who are with him how to be saved, and they believe, and then the Holy Spirit comes down, and they were filled with the Holy Spirit. Now that's fascinating, because Peter, from Peter's point of view, he was probably shooketh. He's like, what the heck just happened? Here these Gentiles are. They don't follow the things we do. They don't do the things we do. We are under the law. We obey the law. We're very strict. We're very legalistic. And then all of a sudden, these Gentiles who don't do any of this stuff, they get the Holy Spirit too. And so it's just fascinating. And so that is what was so challenging back in Acts chapter 15. So these Jewish people, the dilemma was they were trying to figure out, what do we do? And so let's read in Acts chapter 15, In Acts chapter 15, verse 10. In Acts chapter 15, verse 10, Peter continues. In Acts 15:10, it says, "Now therefore, why do you test God by putting a yoke on the neck of the disciples, which neither our fathers nor we were able to bear? But we believe that through the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, we shall be saved in the same manner as they." So what Paul was doing was he was basically saying, he's like, don't become legalistic. He's like, it's not about obeying these things and doing these things and making sure we do everything perfectly. He's like, it's not that anymore, guys. He's like, things have changed. He's like, Jesus died on the cross, and apparently that changed everything. He's like, he's trying to get all of these Jewish leaders who were at this council in Jerusalem up to speed. And so he's explaining everything to him. He's like, listen, these Gentiles are now able to receive the Holy Spirit. Do not dare put this yoke on their shoulders that we couldn't even do. He's like, don't put them under the law. He's like, what is that going to accomplish? They're not going to be able to do it. Anyways, let's keep reading in Acts chapter 15, verse 12. It says, in Acts chapter 15, verse 12, it says, "Then all the multitude kept silent and listened to Barnabas and Paul, declaring how many miracles and wonders God had worked through them among the Gentiles." Then it gets to verse 13, and it says, "And after they had become silent, James answered, saying, 'Men and brethren, listen to me. Simon,'" Peter, "has declared how God at the first visited the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name." So that's interesting. James stands up and he says, listen to me, everybody. He said, God at the first visited the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name. Now, if I said, who are the people who God took out a people for his name? Again, you would probably naturally say Israel, the Jewish people. I would probably say the same thing, but it's interesting to look at the Gentiles being a people that he took out for his name. So let's read Acts chapter 15, verse 15. And it says, and he goes on and he says, "And with this, the words of the prophets agree." So the prophets foretold about this actually happening, which is very interesting because that's what he just said in Acts 15, verse 15. He says, "And with this, the words of the prophets agree." So the prophets that had died long ago agree with what Peter was saying, and James is bringing that to the forefront of their minds by saying, hey, the prophets that we studied, the people who came before us, our fathers, wrote about what Peter just said, and they agree. And then he ends up quoting Amos chapter 9. So in Acts chapter 15, verse 16, he quotes Amos. Let's read Acts chapter 15, verse 16. In Acts chapter 15, verse 16, it says this, "After this, I will return and will rebuild the tabernacle of David, which has fallen down. I will rebuild its ruins, and I will set it up, so that the rest of mankind may seek the Lord, even all the Gentiles who are called by my name, says the Lord, who does all these things." So in Acts chapter 15, verse 16 and 17, what you see is that you have the Jewish people in one category and you have the Gentiles in another category. And essentially, you know, just like a quick flyby, the Jewish people, they have their role. And the Gentiles, we have our role, and we're all of the same. In, you know, in Christ, there is neither Jew nor Gentile. But it's just so fascinating to see, like, try to like understand how this comes across from God's point of view. So when you go back to Zechariah chapter 2, verse 11, in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 11, Zechariah chapter 2, verse 11, it says, "Many nations shall be joined." That's crazy. Like, this is Old Testament. "Many nations shall be joined to the Lord in that day, and they shall become my people." That is unbelievable. And it goes all the way back. Like, I mean, just think about John 3:16 for a second. "For God so loved the Gentiles." Nope. "For God so loved the Jews." No. "For God so loved the world." It is unreal to think about this. "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, and that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life." Ooh. So in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 11, it says, "Many nations shall be joined to the Lord in that day, and they shall become my people, and I will dwell in your midst. Then you will know that the Lord of hosts has sent me to you." This is interesting. Again, you see the title, Lord of Hosts, Lord of Hosts, Lord of Hosts. It is quite something to see. The Lord of Hosts. And there you see it again. Then you will know. What do you think the whole point is? We are going to, like, he's going to get all glory. We know this. Every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess, right? We understand. And so that's what's so humbling about your role here on earth. Is that it's not about, look at how cool Ryan is, and oh my goodness, Sheesh is so cool. No, not at all. It is the opposite. It is supposed to be like, let your light so shine before men. Why? So that they may see your good works and then glorify your Father who is in heaven. That's it. Everything we're doing, it is just like, hey, cool, give it to God, give it to God, give it to God. And that is what it's all about. It is like, it's the same concept of, we don't look at Paul and we don't idolize Paul. Like, no, dude, like, he's a sinner. Are you kidding me? No, like, he did some really cool things. He furthered the gospel. He pushed the ball down the field a lot. He did a great thing. But it's not all about Paul. It's about Jesus. And that's what we need to be focusing on. And so that's like what's lacking in our world today, is that the church is not focusing on Jesus. The church is focusing on the Holy Spirit. Well, if you read the book of John, Jesus tells us that he's going to send the Holy Spirit to basically point everybody to Jesus. It's about Jesus. Now, it's really weird because a lot of people can get lost in stuff. And it's really confusing. People get confused. And so what's the focus on? Is the focus on the Holy Spirit? Is the focus on Jesus? It needs to stay on Jesus. Now, they are 3 in 1. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that there's a danger where you can use a lot of good words and a lot of good phrases and be completely confused, which brings into this whole conversation. Many will say in that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy and speak in tongues and cast out demons and do all of these things in your name? And he will say, depart from me, you cursed, into everlasting destruction. I never knew you. And so it's one of the most terrifying verses in the entire Bible, because that shows you that there are many that know who they're talking to. They see who they are talking to. They say, Lord, Lord. I want you to imagine me looking at you and me saying, Mark, or War Durham, or Elise, or whoever else, whatever your name is, Holly, or whatever. Didn't I do all these things in your name? And I'm looking at you eye to eye, and you're going to say, get out of here. I never knew you. That is crazy, right? And so there's this danger that lurks in the shadows, and so we need to know what we know and know why we know it. And so that's why we are doing these studies, which is hopefully helping. Zechariah chapter 2, verse 11. In Zechariah chapter 2, verse 11, at the end of verse 11, it says, then you will know that the Lord of hosts has sent me to you. Now, this has not happened yet, obviously, because the Jews still do not believe that Jesus is the Messiah. So they are going to do this in the future. So this is, again, all of this is in the future. Anyways, let's move on to verse 12. Zechariah chapter 2, verse 12. In Zechariah chapter 2, verse 12, it says, and the Lord will take possession of Judah as his inheritance in the Holy Land, and will again choose Jerusalem. Okay, so this is very interesting. It says, and the Lord will take possession of Judah. Notice that it says Judah here. It doesn't say Ephraim. It doesn't say Joseph. It doesn't say Dan. It doesn't say any of the other tribes. It doesn't say Reuben. It says, and the Lord will take possession of Judah. Why Judah? Because that is Jerusalem. Jerusalem's right there. The Lord will take possession of Jerusalem as his inheritance. Now let's focus on this inheritance phrase for a second, because let's go to Psalm chapter 2. Psalm chapter 2. And we've been in Psalm chapter 2 so much, but Psalm chapter 2 is essentially a flyby, like 1,000,000 miles per hour over history. And you're just like taking cliff notes as you're flying throughout history. That is what Psalm chapter 2 is essentially like. You can view it that way. But in Psalm chapter 2, verse 8, it says this. Psalm chapter 2, verse 8, God the Father says this, ask of me, God the Father, and I will give you, God the Son, the nations for your inheritance. So the inheritance, we're focusing on this word, the inheritance. So it's wild to think that Jesus is going to receive an inheritance. Isn't that weird? That's a weird thing, right? Because like what can he inherit? But it says here, it says, ask of me and I will give you, Jesus, the nations for your inheritance. So he's going to get the nations for his inheritance. But not only that, there's more to it. Let's go to Ephesians. Let's go to Ephesians chapter 1. In Ephesians chapter 1, in Ephesians chapter 1, verse, let's just read verse 15 and we'll read it to the end of the chapter. In Ephesians chapter 1, verse 15, Paul says, therefore I also, after I heard of your faith in the Lord Jesus and your love for all the saints, do not cease to give thanks for you, making mention of you in my prayers, that the God of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Father of glory, may give to you the spirit of wisdom and revelation in the knowledge of him, the eyes of your understanding being enlightened, that you may know what is the hope of his calling, what are the riches of the glory of his inheritance in the saints. That's fascinating. His inheritance in the saints. You and I are a part of his inheritance. So what you see in Psalm chapter 2 is he is going to inherit the nations, and he's also going to inherit the saints. Fascinating. And then continuing on, it says, and what is, in Ephesians chapter 1, verse 19, it says, and what is the exceeding greatness of his power toward us who believe, according to the working of his mighty power, which he worked in Christ when he raised him from the dead and seated him at his right hand in the heavenly places, far above all principality and power and might and dominion, and every name that is named, not only in this age, but also in that which is to come. Now the principality and power and might and dominion is representation of all of the demonic authority, because it's like the hierarchy of the angels, like the angelic system that is here on earth. Because, you know, at the top of the fallen world, you have Lucifer, and then he's got his generals, and then the generals have their majors and colonels and captains and lieutenants and sergeants and, you know, whatever. It goes all the way down to like the little minions that are running around, like just kind of stuff. But in verse 22, Ephesians chapter 1, verse 22, it says, and he put all things under his feet and gave him to be head over all things to the church, which is his body, the fullness of him who fills all in all. All in all. And that takes you all the way to 1 Corinthians. You can just keep on bouncing off of that. It just is connect. It's fascinating stuff. So let's go back to Zechariah chapter 2. Zechariah chapter 2, verse 12. Zechariah chapter 2, verse 12. It says, and the Lord will take possession of Judah as his inheritance in the Holy Land. Now, the Holy Land is a word that we've all heard probably a million times, but it's interesting to know that the word Holy Land, this is the only place that it's used. It's only used one time. This is it. Holy Land. Which is very interesting. As his inheritance in the Holy Land, and will again choose Jerusalem. I think it's very interesting that it says will again choose Jerusalem, because, well, we could, I guess we'll talk about that next time, because in chapter 3, he says has chosen Jerusalem in chapter 3, verse 2, but we'll talk about it when we get there. But anyways, let's go to verse 13. In Zechariah chapter 2, verse 13, in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 13, it says, be silent, all flesh, before the Lord, for he is aroused from his holy habitation. So it's interesting that it says his holy habitation, because this is, let's go to Habakkuk chapter 2. Or wait, I think, yeah. My pages. Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 20. In Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 20, it says, but the Lord is in his holy temple. Let all the earth keep silence before him. Is that not a visual right there? Let all the earth keep silence before him. Oh man. Let all the earth keep silence before him. So let's go to Zephaniah chapter 1 verse 7. Zephaniah chapter 1 verse 7. In Zephaniah chapter 1 verse 7, it says, "Be silent in the presence of the Lord God, for the day of the Lord is at hand. For the Lord has prepared a sacrifice. He has invited his guests." So you have, with those two verses, connect to Zechariah chapter 2 verse 13, because in Zechariah chapter 2 verse 13, it says, "Be silent, all flesh, before the Lord, for he is aroused from his holy habitation." So a paraphrase, or like to give you like a little bit better visual in a roundabout way, is verse 13 could say something like, "Hush, the lion is waking from his lair. Let the foes of Israel beware." And that is quite something. So anyways, that is Zechariah chapter 2. Zechariah chapter 2, that is what we're doing today. Tomorrow we will do chapter 3 and probably chapter 4. These are some deep things. Like that chapter, I don't know how long that chapter took a while, but hopefully that helped in a roundabout way. We just covered 13 verses. Actually, if you start at chapter 1 verse 18, that's 4 verses. So we just covered 17 verses. That is a long... Hey, Bridget. Thank you so much, Bridget. I appreciate that a lot. That was 17 verses, and there's so much. Like, this is what's so fascinating about it. Like, I mean, I told you, I got to Zechariah chapter 3, because I continued on. I was hoping to be able to cover chapter 3 tonight too, but I only made it to chapter 3, verse 3. I made it 3 verses in, and it took me like over an hour. I don't even remember. It took me over an hour to do 3 verses because there's so much. Like, it just keeps on going and it keeps on going, and it's fun because it's just like, man, bam, bam, bam. And it's exciting. There's connections all over the place. You can just keep on going and keep on going and keep on going and keep on going. And there's a lot of questions too. A lot of questions arise. I don't have all the answers. Sometimes there's more questions than answers, and that's just how it is. I don't know. But it's really cool to make connections, get a better overall feel for the entire Bible, which that's the whole goal of it. Hey, thanks for pinning that, Mark. That's my YouTube right here. It's ITZ Sheesh. ITZ_Sheesh. So if you wanted to go subscribe over there, I would appreciate it. That would be really neat. Just because if they do away with TikTok, I don't have like Twitter or, Instagram or anything like that. So the only thing I have is TikTok and YouTube. So yeah, we've uploaded all the other lives. All the lives are up on YouTube. There's some people who are helping me out. When they watch a YouTube video, they pin the timestamps. So because a couple, like when we go live, I talk for like 30 minutes about what's happening in the world, and I just catch up with you guys, and it's all really good stuff. So honestly, from start to finish, like, it's all, very biblical related stuff. So yeah, the YouTube studies are great. If you missed any, it's good for pause and rewind too. Thank you, Bridget. I appreciate that. I'm scrolling up. Thank you, Shelba. It's Shelba hanging out the whole time in the back. Juanito, hey, I can't believe Ryan is still going like the Energizer Bunny. Oh, did you just come back in? Oh, yeah, man. Heck yeah. Thank you for connecting the dots. Absolutely. Hey, just building on what all the foundations that everybody else have laid. Shondell, hey, thank you so much. Great way. Awesome. And 3 hours later. Yeah, very cool stuff. Hey, thank you, Laura, for that heart. Appreciate that. Fear the Lord, Jesus is King. That's right. Jesus is King forever. Hello. Okay, so that is what I got for you guys. I wanted to, just kind of, hi, got the last hour. What's up, Christine? Good to see you. Quick question, Ryan. The kings and priests are Jesus, the church, and who else? Ooh, there's a pop quiz for you guys. DJ Nick asked this question. Who can answer it? Who can answer it? The kings and priests are Jesus, the church, and who else? This is such an important thing to understand. Jackie, thank you. Can't wait till tomorrow. Right, Neo the Pug. Do you do Q&A lessons sometimes? Do you do Q&A, question and answer lessons sometimes? We just talk sometimes afterwards. So this kind of stuff. Right now, I don't. Sometimes people come up. It's not very often because that can get a little crazy sometimes. That M guy, Michelle. Yes, it's that M guy. His name is Melchizedek, DJ Nick, and it's so important. That is so much fun. I just love. Melchizedek is mentioned as a king and a priest, and then Jesus is a king and a priest, and then you and I are kings and priests, and that is so vital to understand. A huge piece on, it supports the pre-tribulation rapture in many different ways, and that's my stance. I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, and so yeah, that is a great thing to understand. Where can we learn about the hierarchy of Lucifer? The hierarchy of Lucifer? Well, in Isaiah 14, you learn a ton about Lucifer. And then if you also read Ezekiel 28, you learn a ton about Lucifer, because that's talking about the king of Tyre in Ezekiel 28. And the king of Tyre is just the human. But when you see the king of Tyre, it's not talking about the human. It's referencing the power that's behind the king of Tyre. Which is Lucifer. And then you learn that he is the cherub that covers. He's the overseer. He's the one that was in charge of all the other angels. We're actually gonna talk a ton about him next time, because he is mentioned in chapter 3. Great to hear you again. What's up? Just scrolling, man. I haven't seen you forever, dude. How have you been? Good to see you. Your mom said Nebuchadnezzar. Holly, King Nebuchadnezzar blocked. I don't think he knows we don't all connect the dots like him. I just feel like I've said things a million times, so sometimes I'm like, do I have to keep saying this? But you know what? It's completely fine, Stacey. I'm just giving you a hard time. That's why I say, sorry for those who hear me say the same thing a million times, but it's perfect. That's a perfect example on why I do. I keep going over, and it's funny because even I catch myself and I just I'll start talking about a story and then I'll just stop, because then I just assume everybody knows. But I need to learn to keep on talking. And it's funny because even tonight I was trying to tell myself, I was like, Ryan, just try to talk slower. Just talk slower. Just shut your mouth and talk slower. Because there's a lot of learning that can be done if you talk slower. I don't know. Start tortillas? What? It stuck. I definitely learned Melchizedek because of you. Let's go, Tamra. What are you doing up? It is way past your bedtime. Are you in jail? Thanks for your help, Ryan. Great study. Thank you, DJ Nick. I couldn't remember the name. You just remembered that it was a long name. I totally get it. Thank you. Just never heard of this hierarchy. Yeah, well, the principality, the powers, all the principalities, the powers, I can't even think anymore. Ephesians chapter 6 gives you this. In Ephesians chapter 6, Cindy, you have this visual, the principalities against powers. It says in Ephesians chapter 6 verse 12, it says, for we do not wrestle against flesh and blood. So we do not struggle against flesh and blood, right? But, and then it lists principalities against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in heavenly places. Ooh. that is a picture of the hierarchy of the fallen realm, in a sense, you know, like the Prince of Persia that is mentioned in Daniel chapter 10, you know, in 2 Kings chapter 6, like what we read about tonight with Elisha. But it's, you know, that those were the good guys, obviously, the chariots of fire there, which is cool. But there's a hierarchy on both sides, because, you know, you have Michael the archangel, which a lot of people really like focusing on him, but, you know, he's super cool and all, but God, right? And so God is so much neater, cooler, amazinger, awesomer, super cooler, you know, you just above and beyond anything. It's important to understand that he is a created thing, and it's amazing how many people like just focusing on Michael. Ooh, Michael, the archangel, like, right? Like, I mean, yeah, he's cool, but I mean, don't focus on him. But the same is true on the good side of angels too, if that makes sense, is what I was getting at. It stuck. Okay, cool, awesome. Carmen, you too, cool. Repetition matters. Hey Ryan, did you say that there were Jews that came out of Russia? Yeah, like half of the Jewish people, like the Jews came, like so many Jewish people came out of Russia, and they went into Israel, and that's why Russia voted for them. Oh, man, I can't remember, but Russia voted for Israel, which they voted for Israel. I forget what they voted for, but they voted yes. And it was because they believed that they would be an ally for Russia because of how many Jews came out of Russia. And that kind of backfired in their face, obviously. But it's just fun to kind of see, because Russia was just, they thought one thing, and with all of their human wisdom, they thought they were doing the right thing by voting for Israel. But in turn, it actually was a backfire, because they voted them into existence in a sense. They thought it would be good for Russia and for their expansion, but really what it turned out to be was the exact opposite. And so it just goes to show you that, yeah. You know, it's just so interesting, because you understand that Satan knows the Bible. He understands the Bible. He reads the Bible. But it's also interesting that he doesn't know the Bible all the way. Like, he's doing, like, because it makes you question, like, hey, if Satan knows the Bible and he's read it and he's studied it and all these things that you and I do, and he's listened and all these things that, you know, we try to dissect, it's like, how in the world why did he do this? Like, you know, like, and so, you know, it just gets you to go down that rabbit hole and try to figure that one out. But it's just fascinating, and it's just, you know, it makes a lot more sense when you understand that he is super prideful, and he just thinks that he is better, and that he is wiser and stronger and powerful and all these things. It's just like, it's not even a competition. Like, when Lucifer gets kicked out of heaven, it's not even God who does it. It's Michael. Michael handles the light work. And so we'll talk about some of that next time, tomorrow night, and we'll talk about some of the Lucifer things and things that are, you know, that side of the world. But all right. That's cool. I learned something new tonight. Cool, DJ Nick. Just one thing, looking forward to catching up on YouTube. Awesome, just scrolling. Good to see you again, man. I'm glad you're here. Glad you were here. Ahem. Oh gosh, Leah's got a joke. Saint Michael the Archangel. Saint Michael. Oof. What does it say? Definitely don't pray to angels. All prayer on... Yeah, absolutely, Mark. Absolutely. Thanks, Jules. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Me standing up in front of people? No. This is good enough. I enjoy talking with you guys, and if... Yeah. Are you trying to get me out of here? Why did Noah have to punish and discipline the chickens on the ark? Because... It's so stupid. Okay. Okay. I'm new. What time tomorrow? Hello, Lala. Tomorrow, probably around midnight Eastern Standard Time. Oh, they were using foul language? Oh, man. I was way off. I like mine so much better. Oh. I'm going to watch Netflix and sleep on the couch if possible. Sounds cool. That's not bad though, right? Oh my goodness, I am so sorry. Before he was kicked out of heaven, was the Bible talked about in heaven? Was the Bible talked about in heaven? Well, I don't know. Who knows? I have no idea. In the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. So, I mean, in a sense, yeah, roundabout, that's John 1:1. Yeah. Because... Does anybody have any questions about anything? That was one thing that we talked about at the beginning, and I said this earlier, so I'll say it again now since we're at the end. What I find fascinating, just because of our time that we're on right now as far as the prophetic timeline, I find it really interesting because in Daniel chapter 12, verse 4, and you guys, some of you might have been here for it, but in Daniel chapter 12, verse 4, God says to Daniel, "You, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book until the time of the end." God tells Daniel to shut up the words and to seal the book. And so that's what's so interesting about where we are right now, is that from Daniel's point of view, back when he wrote the book of Daniel, it was a big old question mark. The book of Daniel was a huge question mark to everybody who was reading the book of Daniel. Everybody was like, what is going on? Daniel done lost his mind. I have no idea what Daniel's writing about. But then when you fast forward like 2,500 years into the future and you become, you're in here in 2024, now Daniel has been unlocked in a sense. You and I understand Daniel. We understand Daniel. And so that's what's so interesting, because God tells Daniel to seal the book until the time of the end. And so that is fascinating. And so this is just one of the reasons why I believe that we are in the last days of the last days. We are clearly in the last days. We've been in the last days for 2,000 years. But I believe we are in the last days of the last days, because this is one reason among many, because the book seems to have been unsealed because you and I understand it. So fascinating. And that is really, really cool things. Hello, Sephora. Really neat, really, really neat. That's the other thing. The other thing that we talked about at the beginning, which I thought was kind of fun, is a question that's often considered, is why don't the Jewish people just build like a normal tiny altar and sacrifice animals on that? Why do they need this temple? Why are they searching for this temple? Why do they want this third temple? Let's go to, we'll talk about this again, because we did this earlier before the study, because I thought it was kind of cool to talk about, just so you guys can understand. In Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 13, Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 13, it says, "Take heed to yourself that you do not offer your burnt offerings in every place that you see, but in the place which the Lord chooses. In one of your tribes, there you shall offer your burnt offerings, and there you shall do all that I command." So that's in Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 13 and 14. And so that's interesting, because they have to follow specific rules because they follow the Torah. Now, if you go to Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 16, in Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 16, it continues on and it kind of elaborates a little bit more on what we just read. In Deuteronomy 16:16, it says, "3 times a year all your males shall appear before the Lord your God in the place which he chooses." And now, obviously, he chose Jerusalem. And so that's why it has to be in Jerusalem. There's specifications that they follow. They follow these rules, ordinances. That's why it's so interesting. That's why they have to obey all of those, the structure. They, in their Jewish mind, are wanting a third temple so stinking badly. And that is what's so interesting, because the first temple was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. Then a second temple was built by Zerubbabel. And that second temple is the one that Jesus went in. And then that second temple was destroyed by Jerusalem. Hey, thank you, Leah. And so the Jewish people have been without a temple for 2,000 years, roughly. And so for those 2,000 years, they've been a complete mess, because there's the great dilemma of the Jewish people is, without the shedding of blood, there can be no remission for sins. And so the Jewish people are in this world of hurt. And so they're like, wait a second, we used to sacrifice all the time in the temple for all of our sins, but the temple's gone. And so for 2,000 years, the Jewish mind is like, my goodness, what do we do? And so that's why they're anxiously trying to build this third temple. And it's actually going to be a physical third temple, by the way. There are some people who say, no, there's not a third temple. It's not going to be physical, or our bodies are the temple. And I'm just like, no, you need to understand, because in Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, during the tribulation, the Antichrist is going to go into the temple, and he's going to cause the sacrifices that are currently happening to cease. In order for there to be sacrifices, there needs to be a temple. And the same is true in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. It says that the Antichrist will go into the Holy of Holies, and he will basically cause everybody to worship him. And so that's just interesting, because in order to go into the Holy of Holies, there needs to be a Holy of Holies. And then when you couple that with Revelation chapter 11, there's going to be two witnesses that are going to be standing in front of the temple, basically preaching for 3.5 years, I think it is. And then they will be unalived by the beast that is going to rise up and overpower them. And those two witnesses, which many people believe that it's either Enoch and Elijah, or Elijah and Moses. We talked about that earlier, but I believe it's Elijah and Moses. Anyways, those two witnesses will be dead for like 3.5 days or something like that. I can't remember. 4 days, 3 days, 3.5 days, 4 days. Anyways, they're going to be dead in the streets for those certain couple days, and then they are going to get up. They're going to resurrect, and then they are going to slowly ascend into heaven, slowly. And it says everybody's going to see them, and it's going to be amazing. Anyways, my point here is to get you to understand there's going to be an actual third temple, a physical third temple. So that's good to know. And that's what's so interesting about paying attention to Israel, because the Jewish people want a third temple so stinking badly. What's the point of the tribulation? The point of the tribulation, great question. In Daniel chapter 12, verse 7, it's basically the time of Jacob's trouble, the time of Israel trouble. So it's all about the Jewish people during the tribulation. The tribulation is to wake up Israel, because they are going to petition his return. And so that's why Isaiah 63 is so cool, because in Isaiah 63, Isaiah sees this guy walking towards him, and he's like, who is this who is coming from Basra? And he's covered in red. And then the person answers, and we find out that it's Jesus. And Jesus is like, it's me, I who speak in righteousness. I'm covered in red because I just got done wiping out all of these enemies, and my garments are stained in their blood. And so what you see there is that the Jewish people have to go through this tribulation in order to wake them up to who Jesus is. And so the reason why I say that is because in Daniel chapter 12, verse 7, if you wanted to read, in Daniel chapter 12, verse 7, it says this. In Daniel 12, verse 7, it says, Then I heard the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the river, when he held up his right hand and his left hand to heaven, and swore by him who lives forever, that it should be a time, and half a time, and when the power of the holy people has been completely shattered, all these things shall be finished. You see, the power of the holy people is referring to the Jewish people. The Jewish people, their pride needs to be completely shattered, and they need to fall down and just absolutely recognize who the Messiah is, and they are going to petition his return, which Hosea 5 verse 15 talks about, and Zechariah 13:9, and Psalm talks about it as well. Call upon me in the day of trouble, and I will deliver you, and you shall glorify me. But you see these passages, the Jewish people have to go through the tribulation in order for them to actually acknowledge who he is. So it's a roundabout way of answering it. Down to the bottom of his back, that's him. He sticks out like a sore thumb. What? Oh, okay, you're not talking to me. I wonder when, because things are so fast. Yeah, great question, Neo. I wonder when as well. Nobody knows, but we can basically see the writing on the wall, just like how when you walk through the mall, you can see Thanksgiving decorations or Halloween decorations, and whatever decorations you're seeing basically tells you that that holiday is right around the corner. Haven't they already recreated all the items they need and only waiting for the temple to be built? Yeah, just scrolling. They do have all of this stuff already. They have it all. And that's what's so interesting about it. They could just build it in a couple months. It wouldn't take them too long. It's really, really quite interesting. The third temple will be built in 3 days, correct? Nothing that says that it'll be built in 3 days, according to what I am tracking. Lighthouse Freedom. Can you speak on the 9th of Av and its significance? The 9th of Av, Jules, so many things. So that's coming up here. I think it's on like the 12th. The 9th of Av, I think, is coming up on August 12th. So just in like 5 days. But that is when so many bad things have happened for throughout the Jewish history. The first temple fell, the second temple fell, and there's a whole bunch of other things I can't name off the top of my head, but tragedy strikes time and time again on that date. And so people are highly aware of that, and so that's why some people believe that there's some bad stuff happening on the future, and so maybe Iran will attack them on the 12th. Who knows? But that is just speculation. Obviously, don't pay attention to anybody who is setting dates, but it is something to be mindful of, to say the least. The red heifer sacrifice. Yeah, the red heifer sacrifice is something that they want to do, but we need to understand, you and I need to understand that the red heifer sacrifice is not a good thing, because that's an abomination, essentially, because they are sacrificing an animal. You need to understand that Jesus already paid it all. So the Jewish world is doing something that they think is good, but you and I understand that it is not good, because that means that they are lost and they are trying to basically cover themselves with animal blood instead of recognizing Jesus's blood. So, yes. Right. Yes. Okay. Okay. I was thinking, when we went through reevaluation, it said something about it in Revelation. What happened to the Jewish people who already died? The people who already died, it depends. If they're Messianic Jews, like people who are Christians, then they're with the Lord right now, which is amazing. But the majority of Jewish people are lost, and that's heartbreaking. And so if they are lost, then they go where the rest of the lost people go. How are they the holy people when they don't even have the Jesus part right? That's what we were talking about, Kim K3. Good question. How are they the holy people when they don't even have the Jesus part right? It's not because of their good works. That's what we need to understand. If it goes all the way back to the Old Testament, because there's these everlasting covenants that God made. And there were unconditional covenants that God made with Israel. And an unconditional covenant basically is saying that it doesn't matter how bad they are, God is going to still keep his promise towards Israel no matter what they do. So even if they, so all throughout Israel, as you see the ebbs and flows, what you see is Israel is worshiping false gods. Now, from God's point of view, that's probably the worst thing that anybody could ever do, right? And so it's interesting because you and I would basically disown them if they did that. We'd be like, nope, you're done, right? But God doesn't, because he made an everlasting covenant. And so God tells us in Ezekiel 36, I think it is, that he's not keeping them around for their sake. He is not helping them out for their sake. He's doing it for his holy name's sake. So he's not saving them and keeping them and preserving them and always being a remnant because of how good they are or how bad they are. He's doing it because he made a covenant way back in the Old Testament that said he would, and so he can't go back on his word. And so that's why with that everlasting covenant, because of the everlasting covenant, That is why we know Israel is not going anywhere. Because if the Jewish people all got wiped out, then God would cease to be God and Satan would win. But we know that's not going to happen. So hopefully that makes sense. So they didn't need the tribulation. Some Jewish people, oh, I see what you're saying. Not all Jewish people are lost, Stacy. That's why Romans 11:25 is good, because in Romans 11:25 it says blindness in part. Blindness in part. It's a temporary blindness. So if you look at the Jewish people like this, like some of them can see, but the majority of them can't see. It's like I can see you just because I got a little eyeball peeking out here. So some of the Jewish people acknowledge who Jesus is, but the majority of them cannot see. And it goes all the way back to Luke 19 when Jesus rode into town on a donkey. And they rejected him. Hopefully that makes sense for that question. I believe we gonna be snatched out of here first before it's built. But either way, yeah, there you go. Nope. They are gonna be few people left after the coming. Huh? Yeah, no, there will be people left on the earth after the second coming, for sure. I don't exactly know what that was referring to. But anyways, that is tell everyone what happens if they get caught. What, are you caught by the government? Oh, during the tribulation? Oh, I'm pretty sure that they will know. Yeah, if you are left on the earth during the tribulation, then yeah, you will be unalived. And that is crazy because we are seeing all that stuff we're seeing the current system wobble. And the more the current system wobbles, that means that, it's going to fall down sooner or later. And I think we're watching that fall. We're watching like a train crash right now across the world, across the globe. And it's fascinating because we hit we're probably close to $35.2 trillion in debt, which is crazy. So every 100 days, it's probably every 90 days now, every 90 to 100 days, we are $1 trillion more in debt. So it takes less than 3 months to get another $1 trillion in debt. It used to take like 5 years to get another $1 trillion in debt. And so it's just fascinating to see that. And so what you're seeing is that the system that we have right now, the fiat currency that we have in place right now, it's unsustainable. It can't continue. And that makes sense. Like, we know that. Like, it's nothing to, it's kind of nerve-wracking and scary and like what's going to happen. We don't know. But it's not important. Like, it's like our whole mission here is to continue to tell people about Jesus, and that's what we need to focus on, more importantly than anything else. And so, off with my your page is new to me. How long have you been studying the Bible? Hello, Gina. Hello from Greece. Sheesh. What's up, Mihal? Studying the Bible. I've been in it my whole life pretty much, but studying, as far as studying, about 2 years. And when I say studying, I mean like actually studying it, diving in and getting in there. Amen. Yeah. Captain Pops. So anyways, that is what I got for you guys. I don't know. Hello. Very good. Awesome, Gina. Welcome. Yeah, I am glad that you guys are here. Ryan, thank you, Jules. I don't even like reading that out loud. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's very kind. I will upload all of these studies to YouTube. All of these videos will be up on TikTok if you guys are interested. We do a relatively deep dive in the Bible, and I want you to know that I'm probably not right on everything. So keep that in mind. That is something that I'm very aware of. I'm trying to figure things out the best that I can, and I talk to you guys the best way. Hey, thank you, Laura. It's quite an adventure, but man, it is so much fun, and I'm enjoying it. And I try to paint the best picture that I can, and I know you guys are understanding and learning and going and growing and telling others, and so that's really neat for me. And yeah, I just want you guys to keep the main thing, and that is Jesus, that Jesus died on the cross, that he was buried, that he rose again on the third day, and the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Very cool. Learn something new every time I'm here. Very cool, Cindy. Thank you. Yeah, Christine, thank you so much. Good night, friend. Have a good night, Bridget. Thank you so much for those gifts again. So, Sandy, thank you so much. You have a good night too. Tomorrow we'll be going live again. Tomorrow probably around midnight again, I would say. Eastern Standard Time. Hey, thank you, Yogi. Thank you, guys. Tomorrow probably around midnight, if you guys would like to join. We will go... Thank you, guys. Tomorrow around midnight, we'll probably try to cover Zechariah chapter 3 and chapter 4. And it's been a fun book so far, and we are just getting started. So if you are wanting to join that, you're more than welcome. And I try to put out a little TikTok story. You don't have to follow me here on TikTok, but if you do, I do try to put out a little TikTok story that doesn't really reach too many people. And I try to put out like a time when I go live, and so that gives you like a little bit of a heads up. So if you do follow me here on TikTok, then you might be able to see that, and it might give you like a little warning. And yeah, that's the only way I can notify you guys, because that's all I got. But if not, no worries, and cool if you do. And all right. Okay, well, before I go, so what is your belief on the end times second coming timeline, if you don't mind sharing? Hello, Natalie. Yeah, so I believe, what is your belief on the end time second coming? Okay, so I say it a lot, but it's a good question, and this is my personal belief, and just so you know, many people will see it differently, which is fine. I personally believe that the rapture will occur next. And then I believe there will be 7 years on earth, as which is referred to as a tribulation. And so it's all bad, right? 7 years tribulation. At the end of the 7 years, I believe we will come back with Jesus to the earth, which is going to be the Battle of Armageddon, which is mentioned in Isaiah 63. And then after the Battle of Armageddon, there's something called the sheep and goat judgments, which is where the people who made it through the tribulation will be separated, sheep and goats. And then the humans will enter into the millennial kingdom, a literal 1,000-year reign on the earth. And the Christians, you and I, who are alive right now, will be in our glorified form. We will be reigning on the earth during that time for 1,000 years with Jesus. We will be reigning over the human beings who made it into the millennial kingdom, who literally walked in there. And so then that's going to be 1,000 years where Satan is going to be locked up in the abyss for 1,000 years, the bottomless pit for 1,000 years. And then at the end of 1,000 years, he's going to be released, and he's going to go and try to deceive as many humans as he possibly can. And then he's going to deceive some of them, and then those people are going to go try to overthrow the city, and it's just not going to happen. And then God takes them out. And it takes like one verse. God basically says, and then fire devoured them, and they were cast into the bottomless pit. And so that's basically a flyby on that. How cool it will be. All right. I feel that as well. Very cool. Very cool. Hey, thank you, Jules. Bridget, thank you, guys. My goodness. I feel terrible. Okay, I'm gonna, wait, that's after the 7 years? Yes, after the 7 years. So, rapture, which is where the church gets taken up, and then after the church gets removed, sometime shortly after the rapture occurs, there's gonna be the time when the tribulation begins, and that's what Daniel talks about in Daniel chapter 9. When the covenant begins, that's going to start the tribulation. And so there's going to be a covenant that is going to last for 7 years. This covenant is going to be around for 7 years, which the Antichrist is going to put in place. And then in the middle of the 7 years, he's going to go into the temple. This Antichrist is going to go into the temple, and he's going to sit down. He's going to say, I'm God. And then all the Jewish people are going to be like, ah, and then they're going to flee to the mountains, which is mentioned in Matthew 24, verse 15 and 16. And then, obviously, they're going to the mountains are representation of Jordan, because they're going to flee to Jordan. They're going to get out of Judea. They're going to flee Jerusalem. They're going to get out of there. And yeah, it's just really, really neat. So we talked about that. Very cool stuff. Heavenly eternity after? Yes, after the millennial kingdom, then it's just eternity. And whew, new heaven, new earth, new Jerusalem. It is remarkable. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, Natalie. He talked a bunch of bull. Oh, thanks, Cody. Or Roxy, whatever you would like me to call you. And though it's crazy, people will choose not to follow God after the 1,000 years, which is crazy. Yogi, thank you for those fireworks. My goodness. Thank you, guys. I can't wait to finally free from this world and spend 1,000 on the new. Man, shaman. If we are Christians, are we the church? Yes, Cindy, we are the church. We are the church. Chilling together. Yeah, and that's where, that's where it's important to understand the whole idea of, like if you're born again, you're born again. If you're justified, you're justified. But there's rewards. And that's why it's more than just accepting Jesus as your Savior. That's why I say, if you're born again, awesome. What are you doing with it, though? Because that's what 1 Corinthians 3 talks about. Paul is like, Paul tells us that we're going to stand before the Lord, the bema seat of Christ, and he basically paints this picture where all of the things that we've done, gold, silver, precious stones, and then wood, hay, and stubble, are all going to be put in a pile. All the good things, all the bad things, according to 2 Corinthians 5:10, tells us that they're all going to be in a pile. And then he's going to light that pile on fire. And all that pile, all the stuff that didn't matter, all the things that we did that had no eternal value are going to be dissolved. And then we are going to be, the only things that we did for the Lord are going to remain. And so then he's going to pick that up and he's going to be like, here you go. This is your reward. And so that's what's so interesting. The parable of the talents. Some people he gave 1 talent to, some people he gave 2 talent to, some people he gave 5, and then he went away. And then when the master came back, the one who had 5 talents, he turned the 5 talents into 10. And so what did he say to that servant? He's like, well done, thy good and faithful servant. And then the one who had 2, he turned it into 4. And he's like, hey, you gave me 2 and I gave you 4 back. Well done, thy good and faithful servant. And then the one who had 1, he hid it and he buried it. And he's like, And it's just like this level, like it says, the Bible tells us, I forget, basically the idea is in 1 John. So that it basically says we don't want to be ashamed at his appearing. And so, there's going to be some Christians who are ashamed when they see him. And that's heartbreaking because the question is, are you going to be ashamed? And that is, man, when you study Isaiah 53, Isaiah 52, Isaiah 53, and you learn about the crucifixion process and you get this very graphic visual, and then, John 18, John 19, you see what he went through, everything that he went through. And then when you understand, it's just like your natural reaction when you do understand should be wanting to do more for him. But many people in our world today, here in 2024, many Christians don't. And that's why in Revelation chapter 3, the last church age is called Laodicea. Laodicea is the people are ruling the church. Laodicea, the people rule. This is a lukewarm type of church that we are living in right now, where many people have no grasp of what they should be doing. They think that going to church on Sunday is not that big of a deal. We're just not going to even worry about it. Reading my Bible, spending time with the Lord, praying, trying to tell somebody about Jesus, all the things that we should be doing, it's not a big deal in our world today. And so, that's why, that whole reward system kind of comes into play. And you definitely don't want to be ashamed at his appearing. Revelation is one of the only books I haven't studied. Hello, Wendy. Yeah, well, it's a good book, Natalie. I wish we'll probably do it again sometime. But it's up on YouTube if you're interested. There's a YouTube link in my TikTok profile. It is a good book. My favorite book. We want to have a nice big reward, but even standing empty-handed is there. Yeah, you just want to have something to cast crowns. You know, I will take whatever is given and bow down and humble. Yeah, man. I never understood rewards. Okay, hopefully that helps. Okay. All right. I feel uncomfortable reading that one. Reading which one, Christy? Absolutely, Natalie. Hopefully it helped. Reading Revelation, you felt uncomfortable reading Revelation? Is that what you mean? Matthew 24. Oh, wait. Clearly says that the rapture happens after the Great Tribulation. Hey, Joy. Hello. You say that Matthew 24, 29 through 31 clearly says that the rapture happens after the Great Tribulation. You know, so I would disagree with you, Joy. I would just wonder how you would answer who populates the millennial kingdom. If the rapture happens at the end, then who populates the millennial kingdom? Who populates the millennial kingdom? I believe the people who populate the millennial kingdom are the Christians who get saved on earth that basically survive during the tribulation, which is going to be a terrifying time. Those that are raptures. So do you believe the people who get raptured are able to reproduce in their glorified bodies? Then who are they reigning over? Who are they reigning over? Yeah, Natalie, that's the way it seems to come across. That's the way it seems to come across. If you are born again, then you are, you're in the middle, you're in the shadow of his hand. And it is something that we don't deserve, but by God's grace, it's a wonderful thing. And so you are covered, and it is so neat. You are sealed. You have the Holy Spirit as a guarantee, which is remarkable. Yeah. Yep. Is it a sin to get more than one baptism? Savannah, no. You know, sometimes people aren't sure. Sometimes people get baptized when they're a child, and they do that because they don't have a choice. And so then they grow up, and then they finally realize that you are saved through grace. For by grace are you saved through faith. You are saved through faith. And so then they come to the realization that it's not baptism that saves you, it's through faith. And so when they come to that realization, then they get baptized again. And then some people are like, hey, I wasn't sure if I was ever saved before, but now I do understand, and now I am saved, but I got baptized already, but I want to get baptized again just to make sure. And that is completely fine as well. And that is a very relatable kind of place to be, because everybody can relate to that, because everybody in their walk has been like, oh my goodness. I mean, I've asked Jesus to save me like 1,000,000 times in my life, just because I'm just like, I just want to make sure, but like when you're a child, you don't understand, and then you don't learn. And that's why it's important to learn, because the last time I asked Jesus to save me, it's been a long time, because now my understanding is growing. And so now I know, and so I understand. That doesn't mean that I'm going to do it again, but I believe if you are saved, then you are always saved. But it's always fascinating, because there's these people who are talking to Jesus in the Gospels, and he's like, Lord, I believe, help my unbelief. Now that's fascinating, because you see this man who actually saw Jesus, was talking to Jesus, could touch Jesus, saw all the things he did, and he's like, Lord, I do believe, but help my unbelief. And so it's just, very relatable type of thing. Hey, Joy. Yeah, no, if you believe that the rapture happens at the end of the tribulation, that's completely fine. Not something to divide on. I think that's why I try to bring everything back to the gospel and try to encourage people to share the gospel more than anything else. And I say, hey, if you and I were going down on a plane and the plane was about to crash in 5 minutes, I'm not going to be like, hey, are you pre-trib? Are you mid-trib? Are you post-trib? No. I'm going to try to tell you about Jesus and about the wonderful thing that he did for me on the cross. Yeah, Savannah, absolutely. Okay, guys. Well, that is what I got for you. I am going to get on. I'm trying to understand. You said that you guys keep. I'm trying to understand. You said after 7 years, then hell starts for another 7 years? Or is it, I'm trying to understand. You said that after the 7 years, then hell starts another 7 years. DLP, yes, so I believe, I agree, it's not a salvation issue. Okay, well, that's cool. That's it. That's all that matters then, Joy. And so, it's okay if you see it differently than me. I believe what I believe. I'm very firm in what I believe. Sounds like you're very firm in what I believe, or what you believe. And, I'm not here to change anybody's mind. We just do a Bible study, and I try to keep the main thing. But DLP, no, I believe the pre-tribulation rapture. I believe the church will be removed. And then shortly after, 7-year tribulation, the time of Jacob's trouble, will occur on the earth. And then after that, the second coming, which is when we come back with the Lord. And then after that, the sheep and goat judgments. And then after that, the millennial kingdom, which is a 1,000-year reign on the earth. And then Satan is locked up during that 1,000 years. At the end of the 1,000 years, Satan will be released. He will try to go deceive the human beings that are left on the earth. He will deceive whoever he can. And then God will bring fire down, destroy them, and then they will go to the great white throne judgment. And it's a whole neat picture. I just don't want people surprised when they go through the tribulation. Yeah, comfort one another with these words. It's very interesting in 1 Thessalonians, Paul says, comfort one another with these words. I just don't feel like he would use comfort one another with these words. Comfort, like I would not comfort somebody like, we're going to go through the tribulation, like comfort, don't worry. It's just, I'm just, trying to, be light about it right there, but it's fine if you see it differently. I'm not here to try to change your mind. It's just my belief. Sorry to keep you up late. No, absolutely. In the last minute questions. No, I love questions, Natalie. Thank you for asking those questions. I think it's really fun. I think it's really cool. I think I enjoy questions. I think that's what I'm here for. I don't know everything. Yeah, Christy, true. I don't know everything, and I give you my belief, my understanding in what I believe when I do, and if I don't, then I'll be like, I don't know, because there's so many things. You could ask me a million things, and I might know like 20 of them. 1,000 years is a long time. Not when you compare it to eternity. People think that we're not going to be here for the tribulation, that believers go up before the tribulation. So, if the apostles went through some trouble, then we will go through some trouble. Yeah, I mean, one would already say that we already are going through trouble. Christians are being persecuted all over the place, just different levels of persecution. And I'm not saying it's not going to get bad. I'm just going to say it's going to be a different. But again, that's completely fine. Joy, seems like you are very adamant on this. I don't want it to come across as if I'm arguing with you. I'm not trying to do that at all. This life is a blink in the light of eternity. Oh, ain't that the truth? But I don't believe that. I believe we're going to have to go through the tribulation. Yeah, Michelle, I believe we will be taken up before. So DLP believes that we are in the middle of it. Smudge, are you seeing my question? I did not. What did you say, Smudge? Smudge. That's a funny name, Smudge. I'm scrolling up. I did not see it. I'm way up here now. I did not see it. All right, Natalie, have a good night. I'm going to have to study what we'll be doing for the 1,000-year reign. Worship him, jobs, etc. Yeah, Shondell, it's a whole thing. It is reigning and ruling with him. And it's where righteousness is going to be enforced. Now, it's really remarkable thinking about that kind of stuff. Like, you know, it's a kings and priests. We are kings, a kingdom of priests, kings and priests. What are you going to do? Like, what are we going to be doing? Reigning and ruling. And we're going to be enforcing things. I don't know. Like, it's tough. Like, how do you explain something to somebody who've never experienced anything? Like, it's really challenging. But it's like I give the visual. Like, we have a little peek through the keyhole where we are looking through, and we can just see a little glimpse. And you know, that is it's you know, you do the best that you can do. Okay, did Smudge say something? I didn't see it. Did she repost it? But yes, worshiping him is absolutely going to be a part of it, obviously. Going to be neat. Why are you thinking that we won't go through the tribulation? I'm just asking. Many reasons, you know, all throughout. You know, it's really funny. You know, it's a lot of people love eschatology, and so do I. I think it's so fun, and I think it really shines a light on your understanding of the entire Bible, because it really forces you to, when you study Revelation, to understand the rest of the Bible. But Enoch was taken away. Enoch, some people view Enoch as a type of the church because he was removed before the flood. Noah got in the boat before the rain came, so that's a picture. He was taken out of the harm's way, so that's kind of neat. Rahab in Jericho, she was saved before destruction. Lot got taken out of the path of destruction before the fire and brimstone fell. That's cool. You have the pictures of the harpazo or the rapture all throughout the Bible. Enoch starting there. You have Elijah being taken up. You have Philip the Ethiopian eunuch being removed in Acts chapter 8. That's really neat. You have Paul in 1 Corinthians talking about it. You have it mentioned in 1 Thessalonians again by Paul. It is cool. You have the whole outline of the entire book of Revelation. Revelation chapter 2 and 3 focus on the 7 letters to the 7 churches, and then after Revelation chapter 3 the church isn't mentioned. So since the church was the focus point for the first 3 chapters, and then the tribulation begins in chapter 6, that is kind of seems to shine a light that the church is gone. And this is why many people see things differently. But and then also in Revelation chapter 4 and 5, you have the 24 elders that is mentioned, which is representation of the church, I believe. And so if the 24 elders are already in heaven when John has this vision, then that means that the church is in heaven, which is really neat. And so that's why it's really cool to understand who the kings and priests are in the Bible, which is Melchizedek. You have Jesus Christ and you have the church. And so it's a whole thing. So I believe we will be up in heaven before the tribulation begins. That in a nutshell. Rephrase and post again. Tick time some removes. Oh, what did she say, Cindy? Did you see what she said? Because I still didn't see it. Hopefully that helps, Michelle. What do you think causes the great falling away? I think we're kind of in it. Many people are already kind of apostatizing, falling away. You know, who knows? Maybe it could get a lot worse before the tribulation actually begins. You know, people are divided on that belief. That's a great question, though. What did Smudge say, though? I want to take care of babies. I love babies so much. Can he send you dreams? Hello, Savannah. If you don't mind me asking, in what ways does the enemy try to trick you? Can he send you dreams? Can he send you dreams? You know, that's very interesting. If you go back into the Old Testament, you have all of these sorcerers and whatnot, these magicians, like throwing their staff on the ground and they turn into serpents. So Satan uses people who basically open up that door to be used. And so you see that time and time again, these demonically possessed people who prophesy things that come to be true, and then they're wrong a lot of times, but they say true things. And so there's a mixture of truth with lie, and that's very deceptive. And so you see that in our world today. A lot of people are loving this Kim Clement dude, but he was wrong on multiple prophecies, which is remarkable. And so, you know, Bible tells us that if you're wrong in one way, then you're not from God, because God's not wrong. And how many times was Zechariah wrong? How many times was Isaiah wrong? How many times was Joel? How many times was Haggai? How many times were those guys wrong? They weren't wrong because God's not wrong. If you're of God, then you're going to be right when you prophesy. And so that's just interesting. So be mindful of that. But Jeremiah chapter 23 tells us about these false priests and these false idols. So he was shining a light on false priests. So in our terminology, false pastors and false prophets. And are they out there? Yes, they are. Can people have dreams that are completely incorrect? Yeah, sure. I have a dream that I'm falling off a bridge all the time. No, I don't. But you understand what I'm saying. Like, I've flown through space and, you know, woke up like in my body just like completely, you know, does that thing like I'm trying to catch myself. You know, I don't put too much behind dreams personally. That's not me. I try to focus on the Word of God, and I don't trust me, because the heart is deceitfully wicked, right? And so who can know it? And so that's why we are told to test all things. And so whenever somebody tells you anything, you immediately should go to Scripture, and this is perfect, and so this is home, and this is where you need to live. And so that is what we should do. But what we don't do, or what we do, is we base things off of our own emotion. We trust our feelings, and we say things like, well, I feel this. Well, it's okay if you feel something, but no offense to anybody, like, I just don't care how people feel, because it's not about how your emotions are. Because if we were to trust our own emotions, then we'd all be a hot mess, right? Because if it's hot outside and my AC ain't working and I'm hungry and I'm tired, then look out, because I'm going to feel a certain kind of way and I'm going to be all kinds of upset, right? And so we can't trust how we feel. And that's what's so interesting about TikTok. People put on these like little eerie music behind their TikToks, and right when you hear the music, it tells you how to feel. You are being told how to feel based upon whatever the TikTok creator puts on their music. And so it's just, sometimes it's really intense, sometimes it's very slow and emotional. And so when you listen to it, you're like, oh yeah. But if you put on like that na 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 music behind a music video or behind a TikTok video, and you have a really good message, you're going to hear the words, but you're going to associate it to being a really bad thing. And so like, we are easily influenced, is my point. So yeah. All right. I'm scrolling up. Okay. So hopefully that helps, Savannah. Yeah, absolutely, Michelle. Glad to do it. How long do you think we got? Sheesh. I don't know, man. I don't know. But I'll tell you what. I think the rapture will happen in my lifetime. You know, that's just my own personal opinion. I could be way wrong. You know, it's fascinating to me that God is not willing that any should perish. I think that verse is becoming more and more amazing to me as time goes on, because there are some terrible people in the world, and he is not willing that any of them should perish either, which is bananas. So, I mean, he's just, like, don't, like, put his long suffering to a test. It's crazy. I'm thoroughly enjoying you this evening. Just left your YouTube. Oh, thank you, Melanie. I appreciate that. Thank you for following me over on YouTube. One wrong out of 100, not a prophet. Absolutely, Mark. Let me try it this way. Revelation 3:16. I see it, Smudge. Revelation 3:16. What is... I wonder why it didn't come through the first time, because I was looking for it. Revelation 3:16. Yeah, so then because you are lukewarm and neither cold nor hot, I will vomit you out of my mouth. Yeah, Revelation 3:16, Laodicea, it's very... So Laodicea, they had these springs of water that would come down and it would be hot. And so it would be so hot water and so hot water. And by the time it got to the people in Laodicea, it wouldn't be hot and it wouldn't be cold. And so it would be a lukewarm type of water. So what he was using there is that it was an idiomatic, it was a very way of saying like the water, lukewarm water is very emetic. It's very gross. It's like if you have coffee, you want it to be hot coffee. If you want coffee, you want it to be hot coffee or cold coffee. People even like cold coffee. Not me. I like hot black coffee. But it's interesting. If you have lukewarm coffee, it's almost like, ugh, like it's like, and so, you know, it's not a, it's, you know, some people say that this is a picture of people losing their salvation. But if you lived in Laodicea, this type of metaphor that was being drawn would make sense to you in Laodicea because of the springs, the hot springs would have the water and it would come down to them and it would be lukewarm and it wouldn't be good. It just wouldn't be satisfying. And so that's like the drawing there, if that kind of makes sense. I don't know if that's what your question was, if that helped at all. Palm of his hand, that's right, Christine. The shadow of his hand. All right, have a good night, Joy. Thanks for being here. Oh, I didn't mean that prophetic. Oh, I didn't mean it like prophetically. Dreams, can Satan use dreams against you? Satan use dreams against you? Oh, my back. I mean, I want to say no. I mean, you know, it's really interesting, the whole dream thing. Like, you know, people have this like oppression. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of people being like, they're sleeping, but they can't move. So there's things like, I mean, we live in a spiritual world, right? Like a physical world, but it's in the spiritual world is around us all the time. And, you know, people are attacked. Like, it's an actual attack that takes place. And so as far as like dreams, like, yeah, I'm sure like it can influence, you know, I'm trying to like work, I'm trying to think about it. So I don't want to give you like, you know, it's very challenging. No verses are like coming to my mind one way or the other, but I know we're under attack. I know people have it, demonic oppression. Christians can be oppressed. They cannot be possessed, but they can be oppressed. There's a difference between possession and oppression. You know, a Christian can fall into some pretty wicked stuff and deep stuff, dark stuff, and just completely be in a fog and just wrecked. And so it's really challenging. But then you have people like talk about, you know, a sense of like paralysis, in a sense, like sleep paralysis, like where they feel like they can't move, like there's a weight on them. I've known people who've had those kind of things. So like, yeah, I mean, I think you can. I don't know if, like, I don't want to say like, but like, that's why obviously everything goes back to the Bible. And so your dreams, like, don't be guided by your dreams, I would say. And if you feel like something is there, then obviously we need to test everything. And that's why it's so difficult, because I can't trust myself, right? Like, like if I told you something, then you're taking my word for it. And so that's what's difficult, because I'm a sinner. Like, I am a hot mess, and so are you, and so is everybody else. So it's really interesting when you get down that route, but it's really phenomenal when you think about the spiritual world that is going around us. And that's why Daniel chapter 10 is fascinating, because Daniel was praying and he was fasting for 21 days. And then finally, an angel was able to get freed up to go to Daniel to deliver him, Daniel chapter 11 and 12. And so it's amazing that angel couldn't get through until Michael the archangel showed up and helped him out, because he was fighting the Prince of Persia, which was a demonic entity. And so you see this spiritual side of everything. And so dreams, like influencing, tough question. So how can we be saved and sealed? If you believe that Jesus is God's son, that he died on the cross for your sins, that he rose again on the third day, if you believe, it is for by grace are you saved through faith. Smudge, you are saved through faith. That's why John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes. It is belief. And that's why there's this different tense. There's like these tenses of salvation. There's justification, sanctification, glorification. Justification is past tense. If you got saved 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 3 days ago, that was when you were justified. Boom, that's a one and done thing. Then after you get justified, which is when his righteousness is in you, then day by day from that moment on, you are being sanctified. That is present tense. And then when we are home with the Lord, we will be glorified. So you can say, I have been saved. I am currently being saved, and I will be saved. Justified, sanctified, glorified. It is, if you are saved, you are always saved. If you have any questions about that, feel free to reach out to me. I would love to answer any other questions on that. Sleep paralysis. Yeah, Laura. Last days. What's your question, Natalie? Last days. Yeah, we are in the last days. Acts chapter 2 and the last days. Joel chapter 2, Acts chapter 2 talks about the last days. Yeah, Don. No worries on spelling. I'm not very good at spelling either. Test the word. Absolute truth. Yes. You know, it's difficult sometimes, I don't know, questions are, it's kind of fun to like make your mind work. And that's why TikTok is really challenging, because a lot of good questions. And so it's challenging me, and it's, iron sharpens iron. So I appreciate it. And I just want you to know I don't know everything. So I keep that as a disclaimer. I'm just trying to help. Dreams are a trip, as Jewel says. 100% faith. Okay. I think it's filtering some people's comments. It does this to mine sometimes. Okay. Yeah, Dawn. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good. I don't know. If you guys have any other questions, I'll give you like 30 seconds. And then if nobody has anything, then we can go ahead and wrap up. But I upload all these studies up to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile. If you wanted to go check it out, we've done like 21 books, I think. We're on the 21st book maybe, but we've done Revelation was our very first study, Daniel, Hebrews, James, all kinds of Pauline epistles, Isaiah, and now we're going through Zechariah, and so there's some good studies. And we do it verse by verse, and so we try to get a better understanding. Excellent. Hey, thank you, Bridget. Thank you so much. The last days, just curious your thoughts. Yeah, I think we're in them. I don't know exactly, but I said, final question, Eloa, do you think that there any specific reason who he has chosen for the last days? Oh, no, I mean, I think he's able to use anybody, and, it's just like he knows the end from the beginning, so he knows what's going to happen, which is funny to think about. Me, for example, it's really remarkable, like just my life, because, there's some things in my life that have allowed me to do these studies, which I've been a ghost on social media. Like I don't exist. Right. And so then all of a sudden something changed within the past 2 years. And so within the last 2 years, I've been able to do this study, and it's been able to help people, which I have been just completely blessed by being able to be used by the Lord. Like how amazing is that, to be able to be used by God? Like that is an amazing thing. And so there's people who are trying to tell people about Jesus left and right, and it's just a world, and so many people are confused. Like it's the age of deception, because for everybody like me that's out there, there's a million other people who are against it. And so I don't know, he who has ears will hear, and it's really quite something. But Katie and I want to do Revelation again. Oh, man. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Lighthouse for sure. Thank you. Oh, Bridget, thank you so much. The last days. But I said, so final. Yeah, I think I read it. I think it's, oh, okay. I don't. And Natalie, if I didn't answer your question well enough, maybe you can expound a little bit more. If you wanted to message me directly, you're more than welcome to. I know that you have said you have to do these at night because you work night shift, and what job you have. Yeah. Oh, what? I'm a private contractor, Mr. Lighthouse. I think, are you a dude? I don't even know your name. I think maybe, did you tell me your name again? Anyways, okay, so that's cool. There's Bridget, 3 so far. Revelation would be fun. We got so many other books. Aren't you guys excited to do the other books? I mean, isn't Zechariah fun? I mean, honestly, we are in Revelation all the time, and I feel like I quote it all the time too, and I feel like, I don't know, it's really cool. I mean, okay, so even tonight, what do we talk about? In Zechariah chapter 1, verse 18, 19, and 20 and 21, we talked about the 4 horns. And that forced us to go to Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7. And so we're going to talk more about that in Zechariah chapter 9. And so we're going to go all through Daniel chapter 9, verse 24 through 27, which is going to make us learn about the coolest prophecy in the Bible. And it's the one that I talk about all the time. So it's really fun. It's exciting. So with the whole Revelation study, I would like to do it again, but I just feel like we're there all the time because we have to. We're there. Like, there's so many things that just echo. Like, and so anyways, all that to say, like, you don't have to convince me too much to do Revelation again. Like, I would love to do Revelation again. Oh my goodness. It's just so fun. You're good. I think I just, okay, Natalie. All right. Awesome. Okay. Very cool. Oh, female. This is my alt account. Okay. So in your original account, you come in here and you completely troll me. No, I'm just kidding. That'd be fun. Blocked. All right, guys. Well, I'm out of here. YouTube is up here if you're interested. And if not, no biggie. We will be doing this again tomorrow night around midnight, probably. So if you are wanting to dive into Zechariah chapter 3 and 4, then hopefully I will see you tomorrow. And if you are, cool. If not, then no worries. They will be uploaded to YouTube. There's some good studies, and I'm enjoying them, and I know you guys are too. All right, guys, I appreciate it, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow, unless we get taken up out of here. See you guys.